batter at backward point.
Did that carry?
That was a tight call.
Did that carry?
You may not be able to see. Detector's not in your shot, and it's not a lot of disappointment from James Bracey, so it might just have been short.
Yeah, I think it was short. I don't think it did carry.
One of those sort of on the half volley kind of stops. So Bolton took a single. Wells back on strike. And Van Meekeren.
Stephen Croft was
had this problem on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Occasionally a pulling. I mean, I suppose if he thinks he's going to badly overstep, he doesn't want to let go of the ball because it's another no ball.
Yeah, Stephen Croft was the other man left out, who hit the winning runs to clinch Lancashire their first county championship title in 2011, as we mentioned earlier. First title in 77 years.
Again, that is cut in the air out towards Smith. He won't reach it, and it will go for 4. I think it's just short of the rope. Umpire Shanmugam just waiting for the signal from the fielder, and Smith just says it was fractionally short. But it's an uppercut here into that big acreage out at backward point. Smith couldn't reach it, and went all the way under the covers, and have been retrieved by the left arm spinner and returned. Takes Lancashire to 72 for 3. We're in the 14th over.
Yeah, Croft also skippered the county to T20 title in 2015. And he can do everything, can't he? Off spin, medium pace, can keep wicket even.
No from Wells, just jabs that out on the offside. So Van Meekeren, 3 overs for 22. Gloucestershire don't want to have somebody conceding 70 or 80.
No.
Here.
No.
And Van Meekeren will have to tighten up if he wants to keep bowling, I'd suggest.
Yeah, it's about disciplines.
Only 2 overs for 7 at the other end. But Van Meekeren does have a wicket, but it's come at quite a price so far, if you pardon the pun. They're going to drop third man out for Balderson. So third man, deep cover and deep mid wicket out.
Anwar Ali from the Ashley Down Road end comes into the wicket. Balderson defends.
Looks quite organised, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a very good player. He's, I mean, he got his opportunity originally back in the Bob Willis Trophy. But he's a cricketer again who's can do a lot of aspects of the game very well. They've got a number who've come through sort of in the England under-19 side, haven't they, Lancashire? Here's Anwar Ali into him, who defends that one. Out to Tom Price, who's at short mid-wicket. You know, Balderson's come through the England under-19. Aspinwall's played in the England under-19. Boyden's played in the England under-19. Harry Singh's played in the England under-19. Matty Hurst has played in the England under-19. So the future looks very bright up in the northwest, I think. That's driven firmly, well fielded off his own bowling by Anwar Ali. But the future's also bright in the southwest as well. You know, Ollie Price, 22 years old, he's leading the way. Tom Price, 23. Fine start to his cricketing career. Ben Wells got 100 here the other day. Ben Charlesworth's a good cricketer. Dominic Goodman's a good cricketer.
Nobody would have known of Zaman Akhtar at the start of the season
No,
either.
he's been great. Ajit Singh Dale's had a good season as well. He's going to be, unfortunately, missing the rest of the season, but he's been very good. That's a bouncer from Anwar. Not a no ball, just deemed as one over the shoulder. Much to Balderson's chagrin by the look of it as well. So there's a nucleus here, isn't there, in Bristol as well, and I think it's great. And that's the beauty of this Metro Bank One Day Cup as well. People knock the 100, but what it's done is given a chance for the youngsters to get good competitive first team cricket, and I think it's had some brilliant games of cricket in it. That's played out to extra cover. Ollie Price out there. Brilliant fielding, keeps them down to 1.
Makes the point about the fact you're not going to run many twos on that side of the ground
No.
today. That was even with ground to make up. We still weren't going to take the one on the arm. And I think too, Dan, what you would say is that because a lot of the bowlers have been away with the 100, that's why we've had some high scores from the batters who remain. And yes, it's been hard for the younger bowlers in some games and in some teams when attacks have been very depleted. But you have seen some really good run chases.
Wells just plays that into the onside for a single.
Another good over from Anwar Ali. 3 overs for 9, only 2 off it.
Yeah, just 21 off that group of 5. 27, 26, 21.
Ollie Price, interestingly. So Van Meekeren, 3 overs for 22. And James Bracey said, don't want to let these two get away too easily. That's a bit erratic for my liking. I'm going to have some spin for the first time. And of course, with the off spinner, he's turning it away from the two left-handers. So they're hitting against the spin to the shorter boundary. Two men will be out on the leg side, one at deep square and one at deep mid-wicket.
Now you wonder in this competition, because people often target the 4th, 5th, 6th bowler, and whether they might think, right, Ollie Price could be the man to target here.
Well, as he proved in the T20, he had a happy knack of taking wickets breaking partnerships. In fact, they've changed the field and put brother Tom Price out at long on. So you get long on and long off out, and only one out on the leg side. Oh, that's spun. And Balderson has to scuttle back because David Payne was coming in from the edge of the circle at short third man. Didn't get up very much either.
No, he sort of scooted through, didn't it?
Bit leg stumps angle from Ollie Price. They will get one out to Anwar Ali, but that's all. And every potential 2 that is turned into a single will be applauded by the Gloucestershire spectators on the ground today. Not a massive crowd, but I say because of the short notice of the game, perhaps not a surprise, and it's a bank holiday weekend as well. Balderson finds the gap past Van Beeren out to Tom Smith.
We spoke to Graham Van Beeren the other day. He said this is what spinners hate, being milked for ones. He said he wants batsmen to try and go after him.
Wells has got to 30. Can Gloucestershire dislodge it? A little bit of footwork there. Jack Taylor's in at slip for Ollie Price, but Wells placed that carefully and again picked up the single. So Van Beeren's got a bit of ground to cover there at short cover off the inside half of Balderson's bat into the ground. For the Lancashire slow left arm of Jack Moore, you'll be looking at how this pitch responds to spin. Little flick from Balderson up to long on. But that was tidy enough from Ollie Price. Only the 4 singles.
Pace off wicket, Ian?
Off the over.
What do you think?
Might be.
Yeah.
Might be.
I'm wondering.
It might, because this is the second time this pitch has been used, it might become that later on. And I wonder whether that is why Lancashire chose to bat first. Is that in Keaton Jennings' thinking, I wonder? Thinking the bounce may become a little bit less predictable later on.
Anwar Ali going to come in past umpire Hassan Adnan. Balderson plays that into the offside, thinks about a single. Wells turns him back. Combination of Tector and Hammond in there. Probably 2 guys you don't want to mess with in that region. But another breakthrough here from Gloucestershire. Lancashire could be looking down the barrel a little bit.
Yeah, wickets fell at 11, 26 and 53 respectively.
Played out to Tector on the offside.
Only 8 boundaries so far in the innings. Not that, I mean, 1-6 as well, but it's not that many in the 16th over when you've had the power play.
Yeah, both these sides have... Something's got to give here, haven't they? Because Lancashire have won 3 on the road to qualify here. Can they make it 4? As Gloucestershire have won 4 on the bounce. Played back to Anwar. Gloucestershire won 4 on the bounce to finish second in their group to get a home quarter-final. Wins against Somerset. Victories on the road at Sussex and Glamorgan. And then Durham here on Tuesday saw them finish in second place. But Lancashire did well because that group was pretty tight, wasn't it, for that 3rd place spot? Yorkshire were in with a chance, but they fell away pretty badly towards the end. Kent were in there. Slower ball bouncer, just Balderson waits for it and just works it around the corner.
And actually, you know, Kent getting 320 plus on the Isle of Wight against Hampshire. Effectively, if it didn't get them in to the knockout stages with a win, it stopped Hampshire finishing top because the run rate that they would have had to make up was too great. They did win the game, but they couldn't bridge the gap to Leicestershire on run rate. Hence they finished second.
Yeah, Gloucestershire probably quite pleased that they've avoided the Hampshire side of the group, of the qualifying group. Wells just defends. Ali rolling really good lines and lengths here. Gloucestershire's track record at the Ageas Bowl is nothing short of dreadful, if I'm honest with you.
I think
considering they play each other in the T20 every year, Gloucestershire have won there once since 2005.
In any white ball game?
In any white ball game. I don't know how often they played there in, you know, the Royal London Cup or the Metro Bank or whatever it's called, the 50 over competition, but definitely in what, 18 years of going there in the T20 to only have won once is not a happy hunting ground. Ali just rolls his fingers over that and spears in the Yorker. That's another good over.
Just one off it. He's in a very good rhythm at the moment.
Yeah. You can see why they've signed him.
And while he is, I suppose, do you keep him going?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt, yeah.
The brake is being applied.
And what you can do here is fiddle 10 overs from the other end here with sort of Ollie Price, maybe Graham Van Buren, and then I should imagine Tom Smith will bowl his 10 as well once these left-handers have departed. So really you're getting rid of sort of 15, 16 overs out your 50.
Price in again, that's straightened a little bit. Balderson has to defend. 11 off 27. Well, that's ticked off, in fact, ahead of me, 26. Caught and bowled! Balderson goes for 11. Golden Arm Price strikes again. He has a habit of just picking up a wicket when Gloucestershire need one. And Balderson with a little, almost that's a dolly of a return catch, really.
Clever bowling from Ollie Price there. Just tossed that one up a little bit more, held it back. And Balderson already threw the shot before it was actually there, which meant that it went back in the air, back to Ollie Price.
Now Gloucestershire really have got a grip on this, you would say, at the moment. 4 down. And Lancashire won't be thinking about how many they can get at the moment. They'll be thinking about trying to keep wickets intact through the middle overs. Might make them a bit more cautious.
Yeah, a lot rests on Luke Wells here, doesn't it? A hell of a lot. But Lancashire have got some good youngsters. This game's still got a long way to go.
I mean, we've made the point. They're a very competitive team. And this is George Lavelle coming out at number 6.
George the third.
Yeah. And in fact, you don't need to know about their genuine competitive nature to look at that. I will get the card up of that championship game against Surrey at the Oval earlier this season, when there was a big stand for the last wicket that effectively turned the game Lancashire's way. I'll get the card up in a bit. It involved, I think Will Williams was definitely in it, because Lancashire won in the end by 123 runs. They bowled Surrey out for 84 in their second innings, but the key point was the recovery from a seemingly awful situation with the bat.
Quick email here from Phil from Verwood. Went up to that game in 71. There was a laid-on train to the game and Phil was on it. The train departure was delayed, but eventually it had to leave before the end, so he missed the vital over with David Hughes, Crunch, John Mortimer, and a nail-biting finish.
So here is Lavelle, who works his first ball from Ollie Price out to the leg side. In again, that's tossed, floated right up, and Lavelle pushes that out for a single to Anwar Ali. Yes, Lancashire got 293 in their second innings, with Will Williams batting as a night watchman, making 61. And that enabled them to set Surrey a target to win, which of course they were absolutely blown away from getting.
He was playing in the Whipple, wasn't he, when he was signed by Lancashire in the West of England Premier League?
Price around the wicket. Wells, ooh, just dabs that defensively.
This is gripping, this pitch. I believe he was playing for Bridgewater, Will Williams, in the Whipple.
Took 4 for 23. Tom Bailey took 5 wickets. 5 for 48. Sorry. Bowled out for 84, and it's almost another one. Price drawing Wells forward and seeing that loop up. Almost another caught and bowled opportunity. It did drop short. But just have a look at this. It was a long way short actually, but still you might almost be thinking of having a silly mid-off in there. 2 overs 1 for 5 for Ollie Price, and Lancashire, they're going to have to draw on all their competitive instincts here. 80 for 4 off 18. I think they'd be taking 280 here, Dan.
Certainly would. There's a great story from Jerry Wolstenholme involving Mark Lane. Jerry,
be taking 280, might be taking a bit less than that.
Mark was a friend of Jerry's. And there's a game back here in 1989 when Alan Border would not sign any autographs. You have to remember, Alan Border, his Australian side, had been spanked here in 85. As Anwar Ali comes in and Lavelle just plays anti-offside. So in 1989, he wouldn't have a beer with the England side. He barely talked to the press, and he was known as Captain Grumpy on that tour. Anyway, there was a lady who wanted him to sign. Oh, sorry, a friend of Jerry's wanted him to sign. That was 8 o'clock in the morning. Alan Border said, no, I'm concentrating on the game. Fair enough, that's dedication. But after the game, Jerry was going out for a drink with Mark, and they were waiting at the foot of the stairs at Bristol for Mark. And a middle-aged lady came along and said she wanted to catch Alan Border. That's just worked for 1 there by Lavelle into the onside. Looks like he likes it in that region around square leg. So this lady wanted to catch Alan Border for his autograph, and Jerry and his friend said, warned her that he might not sign, but she was determined to wait. She was obviously not a regular cricket watcher. When the next person came down the stairs, she ran up to Mark Lane and said, "Are you Alan Border?" Mark politely said no. Couldn't help but laughing, and Mark was known as AB for some time afterwards. People asked why. It was a private joke. I might use that one in my my night with Mark, Jerry. Anwar Ali. Just worked around the corner there by Wells. David Payne doing the fielding, keeps them down to 1. This is good by Gloucestershire. They've got the run rate down to near 4 and over now rather than 5. They'll be pleased with his start.
Would you be tempted to give David Payne a couple of overs to try and get another one?
No, I think these two are bowling just fine at the moment. I'd keep these two going. I think they've turned the screw a little bit. Ollie Price is bowling really well. I think Anwar Ali's been superb, as he was on Tuesday. Here he comes, past Hassan. Adnan, he's bowled him! Lavelle chops on. Lancashire are in real trouble here. 82 for 5. Anwar Ali strikes.
Very square stance, George Lavelle. Again, the bounce wasn't that high there. Probably, it was above stump height, but not by a lot. And a big bottom edge.
Yeah, I don't think this is taking the pace off the ball on this wicket. It's not quite coming on the way it was in the Somerset. And as you said, Ian, it's the second time it's been used. You do wonder whether it's, lost a little bit of that sort of zip. I think the conditions overhead as well might have something to do with that. It's Bit of cloud cover here in Bristol this morning as Matty Hurst strolls to the wicket. And Luke Wells has got a big job on his hands now. Matty Hurst from Billinge, which is in the Rugby League heartland, slap bang in the middle of St Helens and Wigan. He started at Newton-le-Willows, CC. I think that was Jack Simmons' neck of the woods, wasn't it? Was he Accrington? You've moved then to Lee Cricket Club. He got 100 against Sri Lanka at Derby. It seems everyone got 100 against Sri Lanka at Derby in that England under-19 side.
What? And Hurst has got a half century in this tournament this season. It was against Middlesex. So again, it comes down to this business of, you know, they are competitive. The bat all the way down. Light is not great at the moment.
No, it's not. Here's Anwar Ali in. Hurst whips him through mid-wicket. He might get 2 here, actually. No. Price is quickly round there. Keeps them down to 1. Sorry, Jack Simmons is from Clayton Lemoors. I'm getting my mixed up. Someone was from Newton-le-Willows, was it?
Not to be confused with Chesley Street.
No. No.
83 for 5. Overcast skies. It's been a good day to bowl. And Keaton Jennings.
And what, Ali coming around the wicket. Wells plays him out to long on.
The sun was out when he won the toss.
Yeah, it was.
But Anwar Ali has now bowled 5 overs, 1 for 14, which is, dare I say, Mike Smith-esque of days of old.
Yeah, it's very good. David Hughes was from Newton-le-Willows. There you go.
It's raining. I did wonder whether one or two people in the crowd at the far end of the ground appeared to be looking for coats and waterproofs, and we are going to go off. There was forecast to be, it's 12:30. There were forecast to be some light showers today, but they were a bit later than this. But
19th over. They're going off with Lancashire 84 for 5. Luke Wells is the man standing firm for the Red Rose. He's on 33. They lost Keaton Jennings early on. He nicked off behind to James Bracey off the bowling of David Payne for 8. George Bell fell in a similar fashion, but only off the bowling of Tom Price. He got 9. Dane VS, he was undone by a bit of extra pace from Paul Van Makeren, caught at mid-wicket by Miles Hammond. George Balderson chipped one back to Ollie Price for a caught and bowled before George Lavelle chopped Anwar Ali onto his stumps. Here come the covers, so we're going to take a short break. We'll leave you to it.
Just one thought though.
Go on quickly.
Obviously they've come off at the end of an over. Fair enough, but you can't start to look at the run rate and say, right, it's over 4, but not by a lot. But with 5 wickets down,
the DLS comes into play.
The factor of the number of wickets lost is if Lancashire were 84 for 1 at this stage, then the DLS impact not so great. But 5 wickets down could be quite an impact. We do have an extra 30 minutes today in terms of time available, so even if they were off for half an hour, there would be no impact in terms of time lost. And in fact, the rain it's still
I think
coming down,
passing
but it's not raining very much, and the ground staff have just pulled the covers, as you can see. Well, you will see when the card is removed from the screen. They're just making sure the covers are aligned to make sure the wicket doesn't get any moisture on it. But there it is. There's the card. Luke Wells, 33 out of 84 he has got. And apart from Wells, well, Venas's 15 is the major Lancashire contribution. All the Gloucestershire bowlers have got involved in terms of wickets. There's 1 to each of them. And Anwar Ali has, I think, been the pick so far. 5 overs, 1 for 14. He really has button things up from the Ashley Down Road end. We'll leave you with pictures of what's going on out in the middle, with that passing shower probably almost through and past us actually, but we'll be back as soon as there is any news of any resumption of play, bearing in mind that there is half an hour today of a buffer in terms of time lost on the day, but no overs lost in the match. Lancashire 84 for 5, having won the toss. Players off for a sharp shower here in Bristol. We'll be back with you as soon as there's any news of a resumption. there's the scene with stumps being put back in here at the Seat Unique Stadium. That shower didn't last very long. We'll obviously have used up some of the 30-minute buffer that is allowed for this match, and the bigger concern, that's looking to on James Healy's computer, is that there is another band of rain, a more substantial band of rain, probably due here at about the time of the completion of the Lancashire innings.
Yeah, about an hour or so, I would say. Might even be a little bit before that, but, you know, hey.
Gloucestershire aren't going to bowl 31 overs.
We're in the hands of the gods, aren't we?
Yeah, Gloucestershire aren't going to bowl 31 overs in an hour, but they've got a grip on this at the moment. Lancashire 5 down in 19 overs. It really is about them just trying to work their way through this middle part of the innings and try and give themselves a chance of attacking later. But
well, how would you play it if you're Gloucestershire right now, Ian? Would you try and get through some overs quickly and try and sort of maybe get rid of 10 now and try and bowl them tidily, or do you go for the throat?
They might be able to do that.
Or maybe both.
You may be able to do that in both senses.
Yeah.
Anwar Ali Hussain has bowled 5 overs for 14. It is only a short break in play, but if Ollie Price can keep Wells quiet, and I think Wells is hardly going to really go too expansive in this situation now. He's got to try and occupy the crease for the next 31 overs, for me, to give Lancashire a chance of posting something competitive. Ollie Price to bowl the 20th over, and Wells, who's got to be the glue, just forces that back up the pitch. We've seen Price with a little towel in his pocket just to dry the ball. That's not going to make it too easy for him. Wells, is he going to stumped? He is! Ollie Price strikes again. Smart work from Bracey. Wells looks down at where his back foot was. Let's look at this on the slow motion. It spun past the outside edge.
Wells has fallen over there, hasn't he?
Bracey absolutely convinced he got his man. And now Wells has to go, and dare you use this phrase, Gloucestershire will want to wrap this up as soon as they can.
Yeah, Lancashire bat deep though. I don't think Gloucestershire can think that way. I think they've just got to continue to go along with their game plan and continue to do what they've done. Gordon has sent us an email. He's a Lanky in the lush Eden Valley, where the Cumbrian rain has relented for a sunny lunchtime. He's enjoying our chat, if not the batting, but he says Newton Llewellow's most famous son is Rick Astley. Well, Gordon, never give us up, mate. Never give us up.
Dan's here all day.
Tom Aspinwall is the new batter to the crease.
Ollie Price, golden arm again. So in the T20...
This pitch is taking turn.
Oh, it is. It is. It's not going to be... Dan said initially it might be a 350 plays 350. I think... So where's Lancashire's target going to be here? 30 overs to go.
I think they'd definitely take 200 from here.
Yeah, I was going to say, even at 3 and over, they could crawl along at 3 and over for 20 overs and then try and have a bit of a dip later on. But it's the wickets column that's the issue for them. And they have got young batters, young if competitive batters. Price over the wicket. And worked into the onside for a single. And now, of course, with all the left-handers gone, Tom Smith potentially comes into play. Even though Ollie Price has taken 2 wickets.
I'd keep these two going in. Honestly, I would keep these two going. It's just what they're doing is working. And there's plenty of overs still left for Tom Smith to come into the game.
Pressing once more. That's very tentatively pushed back by Matty Hurst. So Aspinwall and Hurst, and then to come Bailey, Williams and Morley. Now you've got two more experienced professionals there, but and there's a little lob into the leg side. It drops 2 strides short of Miles Hammond, and that's the reading of the pace, in inverted commas, of the pitch.
You wonder if Lancashire are used to playing. I mean, Old Trafford's a much quicker surface, isn't it? And they seem to be through their shots a little bit before the ball's actually there. A bit like me in indoor nets where you're playing spanking cover drives. You come out in April and just chip one to mid-off, don't you, when you're back on a...
Hammond has come right in at silly mid-off, and Ollie Price has bowled 3 overs and taken 2 for 6 here with his off-spin. As if he can't do enough in the team with good hands in the slips and 500 runs with the bat. He's now taking wickets as well.
Paul Van Makeren looks like he's coming back into the attack.
Touch of a surprise perhaps, because Anwar Ali has taken very economically 1 for 14 from 5 overs, but Lancashire 85 for 6 off 20. 3 wickets have fallen in the last 5 overs here, and Van Makeren to try and give these young boys a bit of the hurry up, I suspect, is what
maybe
he's thinking.
Maybe, but you can't be bowling no balls. You can't be giving the freebies. Paul knows that. He's a good experienced pro. Here he comes. As Aspinwall plays that into the covers. I believe he is Aspinwall as well. I wonder if it's a silent W in there. A bit like written or the like. Wrong.
No, we were told.
Yeah, we were told.
Definitely Aspinwall.
Came from Sedbergh School, same as Harry Brook. George Hill, I think, at Yorkshire. He's another one from there, isn't he? They seem to have a good production line. He's put one into the leg side there, and he's going to pick up a single. He's another one from the England under-19. He had a very good Ashes. He took 7 wickets in 1 test and then 6 in a one-day international defeat on that tour. Just 19 years old. Hurst, as we said, he's Newton Livwillow's lad. Just like Rick Astley, as we've been informed. That's all. He's got a glove on that. It's a bouncer from Van Makeren. Hurst sort of playing that half cock a little bit, wasn't he? He was like just not quite pulling. Wonder if they're a little bit nervy about going through, and the slow wicket has maybe got into their minds a little bit.
Just to say that with the delay, but the fact that we haven't lost any overs, the cut-off now is 251 for this first innings.
Hurst defending that back to Van Makeren.
I'd be surprised if that rain wasn't with us by 251. So I think Gloucestershire really want to see if they can dismiss Lancashire in this window, however long this window is, which, looking to that radar, might be on an hour or so, 90 minutes tops. So they've probably got to try and dismiss them by 40 overs, I would have thought. That's what they'd be looking at.
You're just thinking about your lunch, Ian, aren't you?
No, I'm thinking about the weather and the tactics in the game, Dan.
That's pulled in front of square. And Ali doing the fielding. He could be in trouble here.
They've run 2.
Aspinwall gets back.
Make a note, they've run 2s on the Kennings Avenue side of the ground. The first time that's happened today. I mean, on one level, you would say, yes, Van Makeren is a point of difference because of his bounce and his pace. And James Bracey might think that with no pressure on him from the batting side with 6 down, this is the time to bowl him.
That's a nice shot there from Hurst.
In terms of, it would be unkind to say you're fiddling overs from Van Meekeren, but he is the one who has been expensive so far. That, though, was a tidier over. And Lancashire, it's just, for me at the moment, for 20 overs for these two, it's about just trying to stay there. And if they pick up 60 runs and they're 150 for 6 with 10 overs to go, they wouldn't want that, but they might have to settle for it.
Tom Bailey can bat. He's no mug with the bat. I tell you, Tom Bailey, he's a good, experienced pro.
Aspinwall faces Ollie Price. He's playing that as if it's the second day of a championship game. Right on the onside. So for Price, he's got 3 men on the single on the offside, and Hammond and Tector both in short on the leg side. Oh, again, a little push back up the pitch, and the ball is just popping up. They're getting through the shot. These Lancashire batters, not how they want to. They're playing it. They're not judging the pace of the ball onto the bat very comfortably. Ollie Price again floating it up and pushed out on the offside. Oh, a bit of a yes-no situation, and there could be an overthrow, but Tom Price is backing up.
As I said, they're like club cricketers who play indoors, don't they, in the winter. They net indoors on a plastic-coated surface with the ball coming on, and they hit sparkling cover drives. They try and do it in April on a grass wicket, but the ball stops on them and chips one to mid-off.
Hammond is not quite in your shot at short mid-wicket, but he's not far out of it. He's probably only 15 yards from the bat there, maybe even a little less. Just nudged straight to Hammond by Hurst. It's a great time for Price to be bowling as well, because he knows they're not going to go after him. It's almost like you're bowling in a championship game against a side that's, batting for a draw.
Yeah, there's a long way to go, though. Long way to go.
In the sense that they really have got to keep as many of these 4 wickets intact as they can for, say, the last 10 overs. Price in, and again, it's defended. So Ollie Price has bowled 4 overs, and he's taken 2 for 7.
But they've got good experienced pros in Bailey and Will Williams, who won't give it away.
I get that. I get that. But how early can they be drawn into this? There are the bowling figures. 5 bowlers used. So no Smith yet. No Van Buren yet.
No Hammond yet.
No, I don't think Hammond will be. In fact, I don't think Miles has bowled. He bowled any overs at all this season in any format.
I thought he did in one game. Here's Van Meekeren. Yes, Aspinwall defends that.
No, he hasn't bowled in any format this year.
Yeah, he was going to, and they shook hands on a draw at, was it at Cheltenham?
That was when Chris Dent was bowling, wasn't it, at the end of the game, the draw, that's right.
Against Glamorgan.
Yeah. It was so much of a draw that Chris Cook bowled an over.
The Glamorgan wicketkeeper, yeah. James Bracey was very cautious against him. Oh, that's an attempted pull there from Aspinwall, who misses out, and the ball goes through into the gloves of James Bracey. If you're tuning in from Lancashire, it's been not a great morning for your guys, unfortunately. Luke Wells, the last man out, he showed some resistance with 33. Keaton Jennings, he was out for 8. George Bell for 9. Dane Vias for 15. George Balderson for 11. And George Lavelle Oh, Macron just rolls his fingers across that one, but they get through for a single. Takes the score on to 90. George Isaac Davis Lavelle, actually. What a fantastic name. He was, the Bunbury tournament, Ian, which is David English's brainchild, where all the sort of best youngsters in the country go and play. And David English, the late, great David English, was asked to name his all-time side in that. As Hurst just plays that out to mid-wicket. So you think of all the wonderful players who played in it, and he had sort of the likes of Trescothick, Bairstow, Graham Swan on the reserve bench.
So
and
which Bairstow?
Johnny.
Right.
Yeah. And
just checking.
Yeah. And he put George Lavelle in the main side ahead of those guys. That's how highly rated George Lavelle is. 23 came through Ormskirk, who are very good side in the Liverpool competition, as Hurst plays that straight down into the pitch. Yeah, Ormskirk, very, very good side, and but he chopped Anwar Ali on for just 2 just before the rain came down. That left Lancashire 82 for 5. They were going on along reasonably nicely, 79 for 3, but then that became 84 for 6. Can these two help Lancashire recover? Van Makeren in. That's got to be close. I think it's LBW actually. I'm not sure if that's LBW or caught behind. Bracey caught it. Wonder if there's a thick inside edge here or if he's been given LBW. Let's have a look. It was full and straight from Van Makeren. I think it's LBW. It's gone on the bounce to Bracey.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the end of Tom Aspinwall.
It's Hurst who's out.
It is Hurst who's out, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's ruined my scorebook. Hurst departs for 3. Lancashire 90 for 7. Tom Bailey needs to use all of his experience here to get Lancashire out of the hole here.
It's like looking up on a boat in a field at Lancashire's problems at the moment, I would suggest.
A boat in a field?
Yeah, so they're the small boat in a field in Norway, and the
a fjord?
Yeah.
Oh.
The problems are the size of the mountains all around them.
Well, I rate this guy as a cricketer.
Tom Bailey. Batting 1 below his shirt number today. And he would not expect it to be in the 24th over. I mean, Gloucestershire themselves have been dismissed cheaply once in this competition by Warwickshire up at Edgbaston. They only got 120 that day. And here is Ollie Price to continue. To Aspinwall, who defends. Just to give you some kind of a steer, Dan says about Tom Bailey. He does have a 50 in this tournament, but he's played a lot more first-class cricket than this day.
Normally a red ball specialist, isn't he?
Tossed up again. I mean, this is very floaty off-spin from Ollie Price, isn't it? But it's just what is needed on this pitch.
Yeah, he's judged the pace of the surface very well here.
Reverse sweep. That's well played, and that'll be 4. Judged that well, did Tom Aspinwall.
Ollie Price getting a dose of his own medicine there. Taking one straight out of Ollie Price's book. Straight out of the Ollie Price coaching manual.
Yeah, Tom Bailey's first class average is 19. He's got nearly 2,000 runs. So he's a handy bat. He's got to use that knowledge here, because it's not a run chase situation. Just
arm ball.
Yeah,
arm ball. In fact, he was a leg spinner, I think.
Almost looked like a leg cutter, didn't it?
I think it was a leg spinner.
Out of the hand.
Actually bowled it out the back of the hand, Ollie. Didn't know he had that in his repertoire. The only time I saw it was the other day where he had a spin-off against Zafar.
That's the more orthodox off-break.
Did you see that on the Gloucestershire website, Ian?
That was done at Cheltenham.
It was done at Cheltenham, yeah.
At Cheltenham.
Zafar accused him of cheating. So who could turn the ball the furthest?
He's got quite a high arm, Ollie Price, and it's a single up to brother Tom at long on. But even with that boundary, 5 overs, 2 for 12, he's done a really good job for his captain. And there's the Manhattan with the wickets, all the little circles at the top of the bars. I don't know if James can put the card up, the batting card, to give you the illustration of Lancashire's problems today. There it is. Luke Wells critically out just after the rain break. It's only a short rain break, 15 minutes or so, but he would have been potentially the glue, and now the lower order have got to do it almost on their own.
Van Makeren comes in past Adnan. So that's cut away. Can only find Tom Smith out deep cover. And they just take a single. So Bailey is bound to face his first ball.
So I suppose we have to refer back to that Northants game at Cheltenham when they were 5 down for next to nothing and still ended up getting very close to their target, which was 270?
278, and then Northants ended up 255 all out. But they were 249 for 8. Van Makeren in. Bailey plays that out to cover. He's off the mark.
They were also 30 for 5, weren't they? Is that called as a no ball?
And a no ball. Van Makeren's third. So it's going to be a free hit here for Aspinwall. So they had this spin-off. Who could spin the ball the furthest? And they use artificial intelligence to, get the degree of turn. And Zafar won. But he did accuse Ollie Price of cheating, as Ollie Price chucked a leg spinner in there. But still couldn't turn it as far as the finger spin of Zafar Gohar. Van Makeren, free hit here. That's well bowled. He'll be pleased with that. It's only gone for 1.
I think I'd be trying to keep the lid on things here. I'm not sure. Lancashire's 100 is up. 100 up in the 24th over, but they're not 100 for 2. They're 100 for 7.
Yeah. Yeah, you wonder if it's Tom Smith time. Maybe Tom Smith, Ollie Price, just to... And then you've got... If it does go wrong, then you've got someone like Anwar Ali, just to tidy it up. David Payne, Tom Price. That's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Good take from Bracey. That had 5 wides ran all over it. Sometimes they hit the footholes and scoot along the deck.
You think in this situation,
never easy.
Sorry, Dan, where you've got the pitch doing enough for you, just build up the dots and just frustrate the batsman. And in the thing that even if they're careful, there probably is a ball out there that's going to just not come on as they think. As you said, these Lancashire batters are not used to playing on these slow Bristol pitches.
That's played into the offside. Tekdar! Oh! That was gone. Bailey was gone if it hit. Last thing Lancashire need here is a run out. plays this into the offside. He knows he's struggling. Oh, it was close. Third umpire. Not that we have one. It'd have been required if it was a international game.
One thing with Tector, he almost seemed to take about 10 seconds to load the gun there before he actually threw the ball in.
Van Meekeren. That's just worked down to long leg where Jack Taylor does the fielding.
Bandage stays on the finger this time. Earlier on today he threw a ball in and the bandage came off his finger.
Went about 30 yards.
Went with the ball halfway back to the keeper. Yes, I think I'd be pondering David Payne, I think, at this point.
I think Tom Smith.
Or but depends whether you think Tom Smith with the short leg side boundary and two right-handers in. So if you're going to bowl Smith, you've got to bowl him from the pavilion end.
Yeah, I agree. Worked into the onside there by Bailey. Tom Bailey. Not the Tom Bailey who's the lead singer of the Thompson Twins back in the 80s, Ian. Sure you had a little groove onto them, didn't they?
No, not
Love
really.
on Your Side and all that?
No. I've heard the name. That's about all. I wonder what Lancashire... think might be competitive here. They've got to double the score at least, you feel. Give themselves a chance. Not going to be easy.
Short! And he's going to get 4 runs for that. Pulled the extra pace of Van Meekeren, proving a little expensive.
In a low-scoring game, 6 overs, 2 for 39 is, for me, an element. Is he taking a sweater? He has there, Van Meekeren. I'd be wanting.
Yeah, Bracey's just had a word with Tom Smith.
Yeah.
Tom Smith's coming on from the pavilion end, as you rightly predicted. Pythagoras Randall. Not Pythagoras. Who was it? Not Pythagoras.
He knew about mathematical formulae, didn't he? Pythagoras?
He did know. Who's the man I'm looking for? Who made the predictions? Not Mystic Meg?
Whoever it was.
I've lost the plot.
Dan can't remember their name. So, TMJ Smith into the attack for the first time.
Nostradamus.
Ball to Tom Bailey. There's just a hint of a charge for a single by Aspinwall. So it's the Tom Club for Lancashire out there in the middle at the moment. Van Buren is he going to come across to mid-wicket? No, they're going to bring Price up to the shortish mid-wicket, and Tector is coming across to mid-on for Bailey. Smith bowling around the wicket to him, steered past the dive of Hammond, just out of your shot, out to Anwar Ali for a single. Now can Aspinwall keep his patience against Tom Smith? That's always the test. Tends to be the test for the lower order batter against the spinner.
Yeah, Tom Smith will use his experience here. He'll turn 3 will go straight on with the arm, but you know what you'll get from him. He won't bowl any loose stuff.
He's got 6 saving 1, Tom Smith. That is too short, but again, it hasn't really come on. It's straightened a little bit, but there's no bounce there.
Yeah, I think on this wicket you are better being too short than too full.
David Payne limbering up. That's beaten everything. Lost his the patience element. Aspinwall saw the big gap past Tom Price at short mid-wicket. Tried to hit it into that gap and the ball straightened past the outside edge. Somebody's alarm's going off, and car alarm's going off. It's not.
Not mine, is it?
Don't think so, Dan. A bit straighter.
No, it's
from Smith.
black BMW in the car park.
Aspinwall. It's definitely not mine then. So Smith, just a single off that first over, and Lancashire, having won the toss, remember this morning, 7 down. There are the wickets shared. All the Gloucestershire bowlers have got 1. Tom Price's name is not on there, but he does have a wicket. 1 for 28 from his opening spell, and it will be David Payne to come back. And I think this is a decent move. Middle innings, you wouldn't get Payne bowling all his remaining 6 overs in one block. Bearing in mind he's not bowled long spells in any cricket this season, so to give him a couple here, he's got 6 left potentially.
Yeah, and also what you've done is you've fiddled 11 overs out of Van Meeker and Ollie Price here, and they've gone for 51, but it's 4 for 51 out of those 2 bowlers. You know Tom Smith's going to bowl his 10. You think Anwar Ali's probably going to bowl his 10, and you'd expect Tom Price and David Payne to bowl their 10, or one of them's going to bowl 9. So you know Bracey's done well here. Here's David Payne. He's going to come around the wicket to Bailey, who just runs that down off the edge. Paul Van Meekeren down here at third doing the fielding. Good arm into James Bracey.
Talk sometimes about the middle overs being the quiet overs in an innings. Here they're quiet for a different... Well, they may be quiet for a different reason, because Lancashire cannot afford to lose any further wickets.
No, they've got to rebuild.
It's not the fact that they're just literally milking the singles.
Payne into Aspinwall, who just tickles that one around the corner into the leg side, backward square to Tom Price for a single. There's a view across the ground. I do apologise if the camera is wobbling somewhat. Bailey just playing that one out to Harry Tector in his what's become a familiar position during this Metro Bank Cup, just at backward point. Prowls, doesn't he, Tector? Just sort of stalks in that area. You know there's not cheap singles there. Payne, and that's a little bit uppish there from Bailey, but into the gap. Goes out to Tom Smith. 22 these two are put on now in quite quick time. Defended by Aspinwall. Interesting that David Payne, I've seen him do this before in T20 cricket as well. He'll start off over the wicket when he's got the new one, and then when the ball's a little bit older, he comes around the wicket. When he bowls at the death, he tends to bowl around the wicket, doesn't he?
Tends to.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Just rolls his fingers on that one. 112 for 7 at the end of 27. Aspinwall, he's on 17. Bailey's on 6. Lancashire looking to rebuild here.
I think the wall has nearly been knocked down. That's the problem with the rebuild. It's a long job, this.
Was that the wall?
Yeah.
The Aspinwall, or?
Well, maybe the Aspinwall, but yeah, we're nearly down to the foundations for the rebuild. That's the problem.
Bailey's normally a hard-hitting batter, though, isn't he? Normally likes to give it a little bit of long handle.
Still 23 overs to go for Lancashire to bat. Can they scramble together in that time? Good stop from Miles Hammond as Bailey does drive that out through, well, empty through extra cover, but not past Hammond. Would have been 4, I think, because Amali's quite square there at deep point. Smith again floats it up, but there's not a lot of bounce there. That may be the factor later on, and particularly against the softer ball. Gloucestershire may, whatever they're chasing, they may go hard at it when the ball is harder.
I agree. That's what they have done throughout this competition, haven't they?
Long off his back and mid on, almost up to the circle Van Makeren, but Bailey's not interested in going down the ground here. He's gone with a steer out to Honorati. That's our view across the ground, or your view across the ground from the scoreboard side.
Just having a look here at Lancashire bowling. Obviously Morley bowls slow left arm, but only Luke Wells, I think, bowls leg spin. I think that's their only 2 slow bowlers.
Pushed back out on the offside by Aspinwall. 27 balls he's faced. Used to be Kim Barnett. In his days at Gloucester, she always used to say, if you've got 210 at Bristol, you're in the game. That was deemed to be a good 50 over score back in the day. And Lancashire would take 210 from here.
I think they'll tear your right arm off for 210 here from here.
Gloucestershire probably wouldn't want them to get that many. They would feel they might have got out of the stable if they got to 210. But these two at the moment, anyway, so Smith's for 2 is for 4. These two, if they just tick along at 3 singles and over, Lancashire will get to 150 with 10 overs left.
I think that's probably their target, isn't it?
It doesn't sound many, but you have to bear in mind where they were, or where they have been in this game. They were 5 down at 19 overs when the rain arrived, and off the second ball after the resumption, Luke Wells was out-stumped.
David Payne going to be bowling to Tom Bailey, who defends that. Payne's just bowling a mixture of cutters, isn't he, and pace on here. Using all his experience, you can see he's the white ball specialist, isn't he, now? Won the Big Bash League with the Perth Scorchers. Here he comes in past umpire Hassan Adnan as Bailey punches him out into the covers for a single.
I've got his list. I think he's probably, if you had his list day and his T20, it's probably over 200 white ball games there. What's his list day total? 170.
We had him on the comms at Cheltenham, didn't we?
153. Yeah, so he's well over 200. Well over 200 white ball matches in his career.
We had him on the comms at Cheltenham. Wide and driven nicely there by Aspinwall. Moves on to 19. I thought he was a very good guest, actually. I thought he spoke very well, and he's quite good fun as well, isn't he? He's quite a good laugh. He
did a Zoom call for a local cricket society during the early part of 2021, when we weren't sure when cricket was coming back and whether there would be spectators or not, and was very good on that.
Short. Bailey goes pulling. Bailey will be a handful on this wicket.
Yeah. Just as I mentioned that, just a quick plug for the 2 local cricket societies in this part of the world. The Gloucestershire Cricket Lovers meet here at the Seat Unique. They are having a speaker programme starting in September with Roland Butcher. Starts on Monday the 18th.
Payne in. Bailey plays it into the offside. There's a quick single going here. Oh, that was close. Hammond doing the Chris Dent job of the slide and throw all in one motion and nearly throws down the stumps at the non-striker's end. Bailey was just strolling and then suddenly realised he's got to, like someone in the World Athletics Championship at the moment, having to duck for the finishing line. Oh, that's off the cue end there. Good over from David Payne. 29 gone. 118 for 7.
So he's got 1 for 21 from 6.
What else is going on with these cricket societies in?
Roland Butcher, the speaker at the start of the season for the Gloucestershire cricket lovers, Mark Ramprakash, Martin Bicknell, and the lead physio here at Gloucestershire, Kirk Russell, among their guests through the winter. Joining fee £25 for the season, or you can go to an individual meeting at £6. Meetings start at 7:30, generally on the second Monday in the month, I think it is. And then the Cricket Society up at Cheltenham, where they have their meetings on the first Wednesday. They're starting in October. And Tom Smith continuing from this pavilion. And they start with Derek Pringle, and they have Paul Farbrace, now currently at Sussex, and James Taylor, former England batter, on their roster. Oh, that's it.
That's hurt Bracey. That's hit him on the inside of the knee, I think.
He certainly felt that.
So it's an edge. Yeah. It's a thick edge though. I mean, it would be a tough one.
Very low. Hit him on the inside of the foot, I think, actually. It's the foot that's the issue, not the knee. And membership there is $32.50 for 7 meetings, so less than a £5 a throw. So they really do get some good guests, those two societies, and details of how you can apply if you want to join. I'll give you those in a minute. Pushed out by Smith, who's whistling through his overs as usual.
Yeah, I think they're fantastic, really. Less than the price of a pint.
Yeah, for the one based here at the Seat Unique. You can get copies of a form from the Gloucestershire Club office, or you can email David Oates, who puts the programme together. I'll give you his email in a moment. Steered out by Bailey, straight to Payne, no run. David Oates' email is all lowercase dj.oates, O-A-T-E-S, @virgin.net. And the Cheltenham Cricket Society have a website. If you search Cheltenham Cricket Society.co.uk, all the details will be there. And we also will mention, probably in the next over, about the celebratory dinner here, chopped into the ground by Bailey, who again didn't get that out of the middle. They might just briefly do it now. 1973, obviously Gillette Cup win for Gloucestershire against Sussex. It was on the 1st of September in that year, and 50 years to the day there is a celebration dinner here at the Seat Unique on the 1st of September, so Friday week. Oh, turn past the outside edge from Smith. Bailey pushes at it, doesn't get a touch. And Tom Smith, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. He's applying the brake once more. The event, the dinner, will raise funds for both the Heritage Trust and the Gloucestershire Cricket Trust. Various packages available, including the silver package, which is a 4-course meal, £85 per person, or a table of 10 for 800, or a 4-course meal with canapé and cocktails with the players beforehand, which is the gold package. That's £100 per person, or 900 for a table of 10.
Payne in. Aspinwall defends. Just 44 runs for the loss of 4 wickets in the last 15 overs. Gloucestershire just strangling Lancashire.
John Bracewell's steer. Come back to that Kim Barnett target of 210. John Bracewell would love his team to do this. Absolutely bottle teams up in the middle overs.
It's an integral part of one-day cricket. Just defended there by Aspinall. Lancashire did it as well on that side in the 70s. Jack Simmons bowling darts, flat jack.
It's because how much of a risk can Lancashire take? Almost none.
Yeah.
In this situation.
David Hughes at the other end bowling his slow left armers. Defended again. Even Bumble bowled a little bit of slow left arm spin, didn't he?
Bumble did bowl. Now what did he bowl?
Was he slow left arm? You have a look at that. I'll concentrate on the commentary. I think he bowled a little bit of medium pace early in his career. Defended off the back foot there by Aspinwall to Miles Hammond. That's the David Lloyd, the gym company there, Ian. You're looking. No, it's not. I'm joking. I'm joking.
It's amazing to think that Bumble is 76 years old.
He's slow left arm orthodox.
Took 237 first-class wickets, if you will.
Payne just rolling his fingers over that. Good bowling this.
Yeah, 237 first-class wickets at 30 and 39 in List A cricket, but he played 288 matches, so
they didn't use him that much.
No, but 39 wickets at 22, you know. Face off again from Payne.
That's another maiden. 2 in a row.
And overhead conditions now quite bright at the moment. Dan's steer that if we can see the fourth pylon in the distance, things are okay. Well, that fourth pylon is absolutely clear at the moment. So you would say, given what we see around us weather-wise, there would be no problem with Gloucestershire bowling the remainder of their overs with the weather as it is. Price with 2 wickets, that's cut away, and Tom Smith still the only bowler used so far by Gloucestershire who doesn't have a wicket, the only one yet to have something in the W column. Aspinwall steers that quietly out. He's just had the one little rush of blood in terms of playing an attacking shot when it wasn't really there to be played. Other than that, he's played pretty sensibly. Again, if he goes back, he's banking on him having enough time to play Smith, which you would expect he would do. But he's got a judge. That carefully. He's going to get 1. They won't take more than 1 to Tom Price's arm. These two have added 21. So far, as if they've added 30. I read that as 99 for a moment. It was 90 for 7 when the last wicket fell. So they've added 30. Bailey again will pick up another 1.
Yeah, Bailey there just cocking his wrist, owning the face, actually getting that one squarer to get the 1 and not hitting Miles Hammond at extra cover.
Gloucestershire still going to try and dry these runs up, even 3 singles and over, you'd be saying, right, try not to give them even that. Smith in, and again there is a gap on the offside out to Anwar Ali. And it looks really good on the board, 122 for 7 from 32 overs from a Gloucestershire point of view. Smith's bowled 4 overs for 8. And if you take Van Meekeren's analysis out, and this isn't an anti-Paul Van Meekeren's stance, by the way, but 6 overs 2 for 39 in a board that says 122 for 7 really is outlandish compared to the rest. So David Payne has bowled 3 overs in that little spell. And they're keeping 3 back, and Tom Price is coming back for another dart from the Ashley Down Road end.
We had an email in from Mark Kidger.
Mark in Madrid, as he's known.
Saying that I was talking about, this was not Mark, but me, Dan Whiting, talking about 350-ish and a cracking surface. Now we might be looking at 180 all out, potentially being chased down with 182 for 8. Here's Tom Price. That's off the pad. It's going to be a leg by. Starts off. Is it the overhead conditions? Have nerves done for Lancashire, or have the bowlers just been brilliant? What are you thinking? I think maybe I've gone a little bit over the top with that 350. I think, but what I didn't know, because at the start the ball was hard and was coming onto the bat. I didn't realise how slow the surface would be when the ball got softer, as we saw there with Price just bowling one short of a length and Bailey getting on it too early.
So I think so. Mark poses 3 questions. Have the overhead conditions helped?
Yes.
I think so. Have the bowlers been brilliant? I think brilliant would be strong, but I think
very good.
They've all done what you would want them to do.
Yeah, they've been very good.
And I think Lancashire have just struggled on a pitch that they're not used to playing on.
Oh, that's well bowled by Price. Bailey squeezing that one out.
And ultimately, you could sum that up in saying, right, using home advantage to your advantage.
Yeah.
I think that's how you'd sum it up.
So the atmospherics don't explain devastating Ollie Price. Well, that's true, but the pitch has helped him. It's been conducive to spin. He's his brother. That's down the leg side there, and it's going to be given a wide by umpire Hassan Adnan.
Good take by Bracey, though.
Saying these brothers could take Gloucestershire to the championship one day if 9 other players can be found to support them. Well, I mean, it would be Gloucestershire's first championship since the county championship came in 1890. They were unofficial champions, I think 5 times since their formation in these sort of 1870s. Oh, that's nearly squeezed through, Bailey. In the 1870s, I think they were unofficial champions 5 times, weren't they, under the Grace brothers, and when Ian Randall used to watch them back in the day.
I knew that was coming.
But I mean, it's a big ask. It's a big ask, and there are some wonderful young cricketers coming through this side. That's in the air. Just goes over Ollie Price.
That wasn't a deliberate shot by Bailey, I don't think.
No.
Now we're looking at that to the naked eye with Bailey batting at our end. So he's got his back to us essentially. But that didn't look... I don't think he meant to play it into that space.
Tom Price past Adnan. Oh, that's a nice shot from Aspinwall. He's only going to get 1 for it. What Tom Price has got, he does the ball both ways he's not quick, but he's brisk enough. And there's no discernible change in wrist movement with him. He does the ball both ways without any sort of deviation in his action. And I think he's a very skillful bowler, Tom Price. He's also a top lad.
One of those annoying people. He's probably going to get a first-class degree at Durham. He's a decent...
No, Tom's got one.
Oh, he's got one?
Tom's got one. Ollie...
sorry.
Yeah. Tom's got one already. But there's no sort of arrogance about him.
No.
He's just a really good lad.
Smart stop by Hammond. He bats left-handed, but throws and does most of his fielding right-handed. Smith at 126 for 7. Oh, and spins one past Aspinwall. He takes off the bails, but the youngster with his back foot well planted. The drink going round the ground for Anwar Ali, I think, from Josh Shaw. Smith.
The rain's about to hit Cardiff.
Yeah, so
at the moment, but there's not that much of a wind. There's not that much wind around, is there? So
I think we're going to get through this full Lancashire innings before there's any possibility of an interruption. Reverse sweep. Oh, and it's gone past the right hand there of Tector, who went to move to his left, thinking the ball was going to go finer than that, and it's gone wide of his dive and past him to the boundary for 4.
Second one he's played, Aspinwall. He plays it very well.
Aspinwall to 26.
Surely Price might unfurl a few later on.
Dab out on the offside. Smith in his 5th over. That was the first boundary off him. Down the ground to Tom Price for 1, but 5 overs for 13. He's
tidy.
Typically reliable Tom Smith in this format. Lancashire with 16 overs to go. Probably 6, maybe even as many as 10 still batting quite carefully, I think.
Yeah, definitely 6. You want to take out to the 40. I think you're probably right, maybe 43 before you really start throwing your hands at it hard.
Only 3 wickets left, of course.
Yeah.
They are crawling along at the moment, but it's perfectly understandable.
Yeah, Gloucestershire won't mind this. Lancashire just rebuilding. Price in. They're going to get 1 there. Aspinwall plays that. Oh, there's a bit of a misfield. Bailey wasn't looking there. There's a little bit of a misfield out in the deep by
Van Meekeren.
Van Meekeren, yeah.
I think he looked up before he had the ball in his hand.
Yeah.
So Bracey's he's got 3rd man and fine leg out here for Price. And just a boundary rider on each side of the wicket square.
Tom Price. That's played square. Tom Smith doing the fielding. I think about 2. Smith does well, keeps them down to a single. Rolling back the years there, Tom Smith.
I wonder who's doing most of the chatting out there, whether Tom Bailey is talking much to Aspinwall, who looks as if he's getting Sam. This will be his 50th delivery.
There's a triptych of Toms. Tom Price bowling 2. Tom Aspinwall with Tom Bailey down the other end.
I've seen Tom Bailey just signal there. I think he wants somebody to bring, unless the umpire's got one, a spike tightener. Or perhaps a change of shoe.
Isn't their official name a spike tightener? I wonder what they always were. Aspinwall defends that.
Yeah, looks like the umpire. Whatever Tom Bailey needs, the umpire hasn't got it. They carry many things in their pockets, but spike tighteners, and on this occasion for Mr. Hassan Adnan is not one of them.
Oh, that's gone straight up in the air. He's going to get safe. There, Miles Hammond can't quite reach it, and Aspinwall gets away as the ball drops in between three converging fielders.
That again is judgment of the pace of the pitch.
Yeah.
And how it's, if you don't play here at Bristol, and Lancashire by and large haven't much in recent years, it is an unusual, it becomes an unusual track to you, in the same way that I'm sure if you don't play at the Oval, it's a problem for a different reason, because you're not used to be playing on fast pitch like that.
Perth?
Yeah, okay, but
that's driven off the back foot there by Bailey quite firmly. That is 35 overs, so just 15 overs to go. 135 for 7. And that was a good round of 5. If you break 50 over cricket down into groups of 5, Lancashire started off 27 for 2 after the first 5. Then after 10 overs they were 53 for 3. After 15, 74 for 3. After 20, they were 85 for 6. That was a really good 5 over spell. Just 11 runs for 3 wickets for Gloucestershire. 25 overs, 108 for 7. 30 overs, 118 for 7. And then after 35, they are currently 135 for 7. Aspinwall batting very well, actually. He's on 29. Tom Bailey keeping him company for 15.
Tom Aspinwall has only played list day cricket for Lancashire. He's not played any first class. This is his highest score and his 8th match. But certainly doing all that his skipper could ask of him at the moment. And let's turn past the outside edge. Smith and Bracey ask. Nothing doing, says umpire Shanmugam. You've heard the spectator downstairs. Smith the only bowler without a wicket at the moment. Bailey goes back. Not a single to Van Buren's left, that's for sure. That's his natural throwing hand. Smith from the pavilion end. Again, that's floated up. Bailey not tempted. Long on and long off out. Third man up inside the circle. 4 others saving, 1 inside the circle. Bailey finds the space on the offside, but Anwar Ali is 3 parts of the way to the boundary on the Kennington Avenue side. They only pick up 1, that's the shorter boundary. Now Aspinwall nearly perished in the last over. Again, not much bounce from Smith though. He's worked that into the space at mid-wicket.
Smith bowls with a very low arm at times. He varies where his arm comes from, where the ball is delivered from. Some are lower, some are more of a, the arm touching the ear.
That's straighter. That's worked to the right of Tom Price. He will get there and doesn't quite pick it up cleanly. So Lancashire just contenting themselves at the moment with these singles to just try and keep this pair together, and the score at least ticking slowly up. 138 for 7, 14 overs to go. Where is their promised land total, I wonder?
220?
Come back to the barn at 210, don't we? We still come back to the barn at 210, probably even 200. 200 is probably a psychological barrier, isn't it, for them?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's enough. But you never know. Tom Bailey, Will Williams, good experienced bowlers if they can get in amongst the Gloucestershire top order. You never know, do you, Ian? It's the beauty of cricket.
Beauty of 50 over cricket.
Yeah, I love 50 over cricket. I think it offers a chance for a side to rebuild as Lancashire are doing it here. Bailey just plays that to Tekda, backward point, no run.
What we noticed on this pitch in the match against Somerset was that it almost seemed to become a better batting wicket the longer the day went on. The thing that Somerset faced, well, of course, there was the huge scoreboard pressure with 454 against them, but here there's less in it for the bowlers when the ball gets soft.
Price in. Bailey is going to get a leg by here. Goes down to Zumanakda's on the pitch as 12th man. He looks like he is on for Paul Van Makeren.
Yes, I don't see Van Makeren out there.
Yeah, Van Makeren. Zumanakda had a very good season. Played the other day against Durham, 1 for 37 off 7. Been a fine signing by Gloucestershire.
Jack Taylor's coming up inside the circle at fine leg. They've pushed long on back.
That's going to be 6 runs. Short from Tom Price, and Aspinwall latches onto that pretty quickly.
That's the 50 partnership between these two.
Yeah, they batted well. Said about Tom Bailey, he's an experienced man. Aspinwall looks a fine young player as well. Just 19 years old. It's that one into the offside. No run.
There are a handful of cars, not many, probably a dozen and a half in the Kennington Avenue side that have risked bringing their car in, knowing there was a short boundary on that side of the ground.
Price in as Aspinwall wristily plays that out to long on, out to Graham Van Buren. Ian Randall, being a man of experience, advises me to park my car behind the flats in one-day cricket. Neither of us have shares in car windscreen companies here, do we? Or panel beaters. So,
one or two at least have been sensible and turned the car round so that at least the rear of the vehicle is facing the play.
That's down the leg side from Price. That's going to be a wide.
I think.
Time for Anwar Ali, do you think?
Yeah, a change after this over, I think. So Price sort of bowled 3 in this team to have 2 left. Anwar Ali, I would have thought, would be your go-to.
Bailey just turns the wrists and plays that one into the onside for an easy single. So 148 for 7 at the end of the 37th. Drop us a line if you want to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. There you go, there's our email address. There's Lauren Hardy. Ian Randall will take all the very difficult questions, and if you've got anything about food, culture,
Dan's your man.
I'm your man. Culture being, you know, Rick Astley, black pudding throwing.
Parking.
Parking.
Tom Smith in his 7th over on the reel here. Chopped away by Bailey, who's quite happy just to stay out there and tick the singles up. They're not chasing boundaries here, Lancashire. Oh, we said 150 off 40 at one stage. They might, in the 38th, that last blow from Aspinwall might get them there a little bit quicker.
Bad well, Aspinwall.
Batting in the same position that Tom Taylor did for that innings at Cheltenham, where he nearly got Northants home. Went to the pad and rebounding out on the offside. Sunshine overhead, but there are some dark clouds in the distance. Hopefully they don't interfere with us too much, if at all.
I think what this competition has shown, to my mind at least, is that the white ball suddenly does nothing after 30 overs.
Smith again, the reverse sweep, all on the full this time, but not middled by Aspinwall.
It suddenly does nothing after 30 overs. We saw it in the Northants game where Anwar Ali and Graham Van Buren put on a big partnership for Gloucestershire for the 8th wicket. Put on 104.
Big appeal for LBW, not upheld.
I think he's got outside the line there, Aspinwall. Let's have a look at this again.
The appeal was as much from the spectators down in front of us as from the middle.
Yeah, he's got outside the line. Good over though from Tom Smith.
0 for 17. He's got 3 left. So
Anwar Ali is coming back into the attack.
yeah, that to me makes he's got 5 left, Anwar Ali. So with only 6 from that end, he could almost bowl out. David Payne's got 3 left. Price has got 2 left. That's Tom. Should just see what would happen when Tom Smith is through his stint. So with Anwar Ali coming back, James Bracey's back up behind the stumps again.
Here is Anwar coming in past umpire Hassan Adnan. And immediately on the money, there's a mix-up here. Texter can't pick the ball up cleanly. But Aspinwall wanted the single. Bailey was having none of it. Just a little sort of hum around the crowd. Defended there by Bailey. Again, opens the face. He's done that quite a bit, but can only pick out Tector. A backward point. Tector back. Been on holiday, been with Ireland.
What was the phrase used? He is back with Gloucestershire for as long as they're involved in the tournament.
Yeah.
I think that was the phrase.
The Irish boomerang, he keeps coming back. And Morelli, that's short and wide, and that's going to be 4 runs. Tector can't stop that. Good shot there by Bailey. That brings up the 150 as well for Lancashire.
Yes, that stand for the 9th wicket between Tom Taylor, which Tom Taylor had a massive part in at Cheltenham's, worth 106. So he made 112 and Jack White made 29.
Yeah, I think it just goes to prove that the last 10, 20 overs, there isn't a lot happening for the bowlers with this white ball.
Yeah, tighter line for Anwar Ali. That last of having given Bailey enough room to crunch away that boundary. That was a tighter line for the last ball. Bailey's first boundary, that was. He's now got a backward point and a short third man, quite close together, Anwar Ali here.
That's off the pads.
So you don't really want to be bowling it down the leg side.
No, you don't.
Which is what happened there.
Normally very good. That's a leg by the way. Normally very good at bowling to his field.
So if you're joining us at just after 2 o'clock and thinking that the Lancashire innings isn't going to see the overs bowled by 2:30, we did have a short rain break, just over a quarter of an hour. So it's still 50 overs a side, but the cut-off time is now 9 minutes to 3, so they'll be well inside that.
Anwar in, just ducks that one back in to Aspinwall, who watches it carefully and plays it out to Tom Price out at deep mid wicket. End of the 39th, 155 for 7. Lancashire rebuilding nicely here.
I wonder if James can put the card up for us, just have a brief look. There's the tail of the Lancashire innings in short. Obviously Wells and Bailey are both still, Aspinwall and Bailey are both still in. Wells tried to hold the top order together, but there was a steady procession of wickets at the other end in the first 19 overs, 5 of them, and then Wells was out 2 balls after the rain break. Smith, he's punched down the ground by Aspinwall. It goes to 39. Well, the graphics for the stream are done from the scorer's box next door. Smith with the last of the overs in the middle phase, so potentially 5 men out after this over if Gloucestershire want 5 men out. Smith will have 2 left.
Well, I think Gloucestershire will still be very happy here. They've kept them under 4 and over. It's about 4 and over actually, isn't it?
It is, just about. Tossed up by Smith. That's just past the dive of Hammond on the 3rd bounce. That short extra. What is there? Didn't have that on at the outset. Smith. That's driven and well stopped by Hammond. It might have gone for 4 to the left of Ollie Price, but Hammond made sure it didn't. So 160 for 7 off 40 Lancashire. They've taken 25 off the last 5, which they would say is okay.
Do you think Gloucestershire would take a run of ball here and Lancashire to get 220?
I think they want them below that.
Do you?
Nothing wrong with being greedy, is there?
Well, I don't know. I just think play the long game. I think if you're Gloucestershire, I think, you know, you see sides rebuild, and
So they can have 5 men out here if they want. Gloucestershire have used 6 bowlers, so there are permutations available. Anwar Ali has 4 left. Tom Smith has 2 left. Tom Price has 2 left. David Payne has 3 left. They are probably the bowlers you would see bowling Gloucestershire to the conclusion here. Van Meeker and Ollie Price have bowled 11 between them, so they needn't be used unless James Bracey feels the need.
Anwar Ali down the leg side. Aspinwall's going to run this first one quickly, but Jack Taylor comes round, keeps them down to a single.
Would you be tempted to think about Ollie Price from the pavilion
The thought just gone through my mind, Ian. You're a physic, mate. I tell you,
No.
you're a mind reader.
These two have added 71 for the 8th wicket.
And what in? That's down the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs. This is the wrong line here from Anwar Ali. It's got the men set for... It's got 5 on the offside. And that's about the 4th delivery in the last couple of overs that he's drifted down the leg side. He's got 3 in the ring on the offside. He's got a 3rd. He's got a deep cover. So he doesn't want to be bowling this leg side line because he's got the long on, he's got the long leg and the deep square leg. That's in the air, gone. Bailey pulls to Graham Van Buren at short mid wicket, and Anwar Ali strikes. Bailey goes for a fine 29. Just as Lancashire were rebuilding though, they lose their 8th wicket with a score on 165.
Yeah, Mario, perhaps a touch fortunate to get that, but it was a low catch from Graham Van Buren. And you know, Bailey's done a really good supporting job for his young teammate there. He is a bit angry he's got out, but Lancashire have given themselves half a chance by at least getting to something respectable. You know, if they could easily have been bowled out for 130 here.
Yeah, they could have been. They could have been.
And
Will Williams
is going to come in at number 10. But even from here, they've got to try and occupy the crease for the remaining 9 overs and 3 balls. There's one thing getting bowled out cheaply at the end. There's another thing getting bowled out cheaply at 44 overs.
Yeah.
And we did mention earlier that Williams has got a half century in the championship this season, and a very important one, playing as a night watchman.
Can you think of a cricketer who's had the same Christian name as his surname, as in Williams?
Well,
the nearest I can see is Brian Brain.
Yeah, the club I used to play for, the scorer was called Charles, but
Charlie Charles.
But he was always known as Charlie. Always known as Charlie Charles.
It's like Harry Enfield used to have do you remember they used to do the 1930s commentary? He said, Charlie Charles on the ball.
Absolutely true.
Williams about to face his first ball here from Anwar Ali. Plays that to Van Buren at mid-wicket.
You've been pleased to cling on to that catch too.
He's going. I mean, Bailey hit it reasonably well.
But it just...
died on him a little bit and he took it low.
But it just reduces the buffer that Lancashire have got available. You know, one more wicket, one more experienced batter out of the way from a Gloucestershire point of view.
Here is Anwar, does that funny little sort of pigeon steps at the top of his run-up, doesn't he? Williams plays that out to mid-on, no run.
And you can see Will Williams here potentially, you know, maybe having 10 or a dozen deliveries to have a look.
Yeah, they've got to rebuild again, haven't they?
There is, sounds strange to say there is time, but there's only 2 wickets left, so he cannot look to be getting out.
Suddenly it puts them from having a dip at 40 to 42 overs, probably back to 44, 45.
Maybe even a bit more. We've seen how sides can, in T20 terms, can wait until 3 overs from the end.
Here's Anwar. Williams gets off the mark with one turned around the corner to square leg. Tom Price doing the fielding. 166 for 8. So 41 overs gone. Yeah. Aspinwall's on 41. Williams on 1. Tom Bailey the man out in that over for 29.
So Anwar's taken 2 for 24 in his 7 overs. Now then, we're going to see Van Meekeren. Looks like we are. Interesting. So Tom Smith, 8 overs, no wicket for 22. And this is James Bracey going for the blast them out strategy, I suggest.
Yeah.
That's what he's going to try and do here.
Yeah, he's going for the jugular.
He doesn't want Lancashire fiddling and scrabbling their way to 210. He wants to get them out for 180. So Van Meekeren, 2 for 39 from 6 overs, but still given the responsibility of trying to finish this off from the pavilion end. Oh, and he's bowled a slower ball first up, which has deceived Will Williams and gone past the off stump. Will Williams out immediately, prodding at the pitch.
Yeah. Bit of gardening. Like Percy Thrower back in his heyday.
Van Meekeren outside the off stump, but just pushed to Hammond by Will Williams. He's been quite diligent, shall we say, at looking at the pitch and smoothing out any of those areas where the ball is perhaps not. You couldn't say it's kissed the top of the pitch today, could you? It looks like it's
sticky dog.
Yeah, sticking in it a bit. I'll make it again. That's, oh, he gets another slower one. Again, Williams didn't read it. So he does have a deep square and a deep point. Third man and fine leg are both back as well. Mid on and mid off up. So saying to Williams, right, if you want to go down the ground, that's fine. That's where the gap is, or the gaps are. Van Meekeren, his high stepping run. Bowls the bounce which Williams ducks underneath. Yeah, we should say that Aspinwall bats at 8, but he bowls as well.
Yeah, so he's a decent bowler.
So he's got 10 wickets in list day. Quite a small sample size, I get that, but Lancashire really have blooded quite a few of their own in this format. Van Meekeren again. And Williams pleasantly drives up to Van Beeren, but he won't get a run there. It's better from Van Meekeren. I'd almost say, actually, he's not running in at full tilt.
No, he's bowling good areas.
Just bowling almost within himself. He'll probably throw a no ball in now I've said that, but Steered off the outside edge down to third man, so he'll keep the strike, Will Williams, and a tidier over from Van Meekum, just a single off it. 2 for 40, he's got 3 left, and there are 8 to go, and I'd be pretty confident that we'll get to the break with no further interruption.
Yeah, I'm just going to check on the
rain radar. I think Gloucestershire will go hard at the total.
I think about 3 o'clock possibly, but then I think we should get a little dry spell then till 6 o'clock.
So it depends how, if the cut-off, so the rain may come during the interval then, if that's the situation. The question is whether it drifts past us or sticks around.
Yeah, Cardiff's getting wet.
Any period of time.
Here's Anwar Ali. Cardiff's getting wet. See, Manchester gets a hard time about the rain, but Cardiff loses more hours than anywhere else in the country. Not this year, probably Gloucestershire have.
Sure, somebody somewhere will be keeping a note of overs lost by everybody. I can think of at least one person who'll be doing that.
I can think of that, probably that very same person.
But it just seems so odd we've had so much rain in this part of the world this year, because last year was so dry.
Anwar Ali coming in past Adnan. Dives to field off his own bowling athletically.
I think you said, maybe on Tuesday at the Durham game, Dan, that you thought that because Anwar played so little cricket at the start of this competition, it's almost as if he was getting back up to sort of match rhythm and
I agree.
Match standard again.
Yeah, I'll stand by that. I think he has got better as the tournament's gone on. Oh, Aspinwall tries to get funky there with a reverse flip over third. And he gets a bit of glove on it.
You might try that off Van Meekum with the possibility of the extra bounce. But
Yeah,
I
possibly.
Don't think off Anwar. It's not an I know Aspinwall isn't a very, very tall young man himself, but still tricky, delicate to play that shot.
Did you ever play it, Ian? No? Not in your repertoire.
No, not in my repertoire for about 2 shots.
I don't think I ever played it, actually. I was allegedly a batter.
Allegedly a batter?
Allegedly, yeah. Well bowled by Anwar Ali. Yorker. Williams digs it out. Good death bowling here. Not quite in the death, but, we're getting towards that stage of the game.
Yes, so Anwar's got 2 after this. Tom Price could bowl out from the Ashley Down Road end. That would complete the overs from that end of the ground.
Oh, that's well bowled. Anwar's asking for the LBW. Wonder if Williams got a bit of batting there. Maybe going down the leg side.
Yes.
A plethora of emails. Paul Hibbard. Bumble bowl slow left arm. Flat Jack Simmons was a very good one-day bowler. David Rimmer. Dear sirs.
Dear sirs?
Dear sirs. You don't have to call us sirs, David. It's the politest email we've had all year. David Lloyd, mainly signed for his bowling by Lancashire in 63 or 64. For his batting developed in the 70s for Lancashire, as stated. Jack Simmons was the main spinner. and supported by David Hughes. Sims was more a frontline bowler than Hughes, with the former giving the ball little air. Hence the name. Because it wasn't to do with his stomach towards the latter end of his career, was it? By this stage, Lloyd was a part-time spinner, although from memory did bowl a bit towards the end of his career. I may be wrong though. Thanks, David.
David Janaway says, I'm in a wet Cornwall. Loving the coverage, but according to my weather radar, there is a massive showers heading your way. Come on, you Hampshire, he says. So you're with us because obviously Hampshire aren't playing today. Their game with Worcestershire is on Sunday. We should just say that that's because Worcestershire are playing the New Zealand tourists today. That game is at 2:30 at New Road. And of course, New Zealand come here for a T20 game at 6 o'clock on Sunday when Worcestershire go to the Aegeus. Here is Van Meekeren to continue. Polly Rhodes has also been in touch.
Oh,
so is that
love
score
Polly.
on my day off. She said, what am I doing? Watching the stream. Busman's holiday. Enjoying the commentary. Thank you, Polly, for that.
She is a ledge, Polly Rhodes. She is an absolute superstar.
And Michael,
hello, Polly.
Michael Cowley says, watching proceedings from home in sunny Lichfield. That's in, I want to say Staffordshire. Interested in your comment concerning the talent that is apparently coming through the academy. Here is Meekeren, clipped straight to Tector, who misses the non-striker's end. My comment is negative, but I do wonder, given the county history, how long we can keep the talented players we have. I refer to Norwell, etc., of course, who left. Keep up the good work, kind regards. Well, it's a salient point, and one might argue, when is any contract worth the paper it's written on? But at the moment, the prices are here till 25, Singdale till 25, etc. Turned into the onside for a sharpish single, but completed safely by Will Williams.
Yeah, I mean, all you can do is keep them under contract. I'm sure, well, with Ollie Price's form, I'm sure there are people monitoring his situation, but he's been at Gloucestershire on the pathway since he was something like 11 or 12 years old, isn't he? So, who knows? Who knows? We can't help you there, Michael. Sorry, a bit rubbish there, but...
Van Meekeren in, slower ball bouncer again. The only thing I think I would say is that if you get a player on a long contract, you're protecting your investment against somebody coming in and offering him, a large wad of money to go somewhere else.
Yeah, and we are seeing players come in on longer contracts now as well, aren't we? It spreads the cost for the club. Tom Taylor got a 4-year deal when he went to Worcestershire the other day.
Yeah,
Lias Deploy's
that's
got
next season. That's next season, obviously.
Lias Deploy's got a 5-year deal at Middlesex.
Van Meekeren to Aspinwall, who goes aerial into the leg side. That's going to clear the rope. That's gone for 6.
That's a lovely shot.
He's picked that up really well, and that takes Aspinwall to 47. And Lancashire to 177 for 8. There are still 6 overs to go after this. That's the second time he's played that shot, and he's hit it cleanly on both occasions. And Richard Hunter says, I'm watching from Edinburgh. As an Ireland fan, with Harry Tector coming back for these knockout matches, is he going to stay with the team for the 2 upcoming county championship games before Ireland's ODI against England? I'll come back to that after this ball. One of those games, of course, is in Bristol. Outside edge and won the bounce. And it's
out, it's gone.
Great work. Great work.
Is that Ollie Price again?
Price again. There looked to be no chance of a run out there, but Aspinwall has gone. He's played the shot. It's bounced short of Ollie Price. They've been heading off for the single, and he's clipped the top of what would have been the far stump from him, and Aspinwall has run out for 47, but he's produced a really valuable innings for his team, and he's given Lancashire just a squeak if they bowl well.
Yeah, great innings from the youngster there, and only curtailed by some more brilliance in this competition from Ollie Price. Hit the stump from a good 35 yards there.
And to complete the scenario about Tector for Richard and everybody else, what we are told is that Tector is with Gloucestershire for the remainder of the tournament.
Well,
that is the phraseology that was used.
If Gloucestershire get to the final, I mean, it's, don't count your chickens before they're hatched and all that sort of malarkey. But the final, I believe, is on the 16th of September, isn't it?
It is.
So there would be 2 county championship games. Whether they go with Tector during that, I mean, who knows?
Leicester away and Derby at home.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. But I tell you what, he's a very popular man amongst the fans here in Bristol. People love him down here. And I think he's not only a very good cricketer, but he's a very good lad as well.
Right, so David Payne's coming back to try and knock over this last wicket.
Jerry Wolstenholme. Hi again, Dan and Ian. There was Neville. Do you remember the song he had? To Rebel by David Bowie. The father of Gary and Phil, the latter an excellent cricketer who I believe still holds some sort of batting record in Bolton League. He played in the Lancashire age groups with Steve Kirby, we mentioned earlier. And John State. David Payne coming in. Oh, Morley didn't play that one with much authority there. So, John State's in Weston-super-Mare.
And he worked this morning from 4 o'clock until 11:45, he says.
What, are you a postman? Are you a milkman, John? Is he milking the cows? He's a Lanky. He's a Lancashire fan in Weston-super-Mare. Oh, Morley plays that one out to mid-off. He worked this morning and did have a ticket to watch his beloved Lancashire. He was coming to the ground, but in a way, he missed. What does that say? Missed coking to the ground?
No, coming.
Missed coming to the ground.
I think that's a typo.
Yeah, but in a way, I'm glad I'm watching it from home now instead. Disappointing batting performance, as that's cornbowled, and that wraps up a sorry batting performance there by Lancashire, all out for 177. So, John, unfortunately, your team has probably not got enough, and that is a really, really good performance by Gloucestershire. Wickets coming from all over the place, shared around, and only really Tom Aspinwall with 47, Luke Wells with 33, and Tom Bailey with 29. Offering any sort of resistance.
All out in the 45th over as well, 5 overs short. When you're missing out on 10% of your allocation of overs.
Yeah, and Gloucestershire bowled a side out for the second time in white ball cricket in 3 days.
Yeah, and they get a good hand as they go off as well. As Dan says, wicket shared. So David Payne has finished with 2 for 21. Paul Van Meekeren 2 for 47. Anwar Ali 2 for 26. Ollie Price 2 for 12. And Tom Price 1 for 44. Only Tom Smith 0 for 22 didn't take a wicket, but he also bowled very economically in the middle part of the innings. Dan, you started off saying 350. Lancashire are halfway only to that target. They will have to bowl very, very well on this pitch. It's not a Bunsen burner of a pitch. It's not turning square. It's not doing loads. It's more about judging the pace on it and the bounce on it. The bounce is less of an issue. I think it's the pace at which it's coming off that has surprised the Lancashire batters. They don't play here a great deal. As we know, they did draw a championship game here last year, and they did win a game here in 2021, when funnily enough the target was 172, so not a dissimilar total to today.
Yeah, Gloucestershire really turning the screw there in sort of, from overs 15 onwards. Lancashire did put up a little bit of resistance with Aspinwall and Tom Bailey, but that magical run out from Ollie Price did for Aspinwall, and then the rest just folded. But I thought Anwar Ali 2 for 26, Tom Smith none for 22, both off 8 overs. really sort of strangled Lancashire in the middle, and Ollie Price 2 for 12 off 5 as well. He was superb.
The fact that Lavelle, off a big inside edge, was the only player bowled indicates, I think, it's about the judgment of the pace of the ball off the pitch that is critical. Lancashire maybe didn't do that very well because they're not used to it. Will they be able to force Gloucestershire into errors? The resumption here will be just after 3 o'clock. Go and put the kettle on, but don't be late for the resumption because there's been quite a bit happening here in this match so far, and there might still be a twist in the tail yet. We'll see you just about 3 o'clock for the Gloucestershire chase of 178 to win this eliminator and to go to Leicester on Tuesday in the semi-final. pardon me, the cover's just being removed here at the Seat Unique Stadium for the resumption of the Gloucestershire innings. I'll try and sort the throat out. 178 is the target, so 4.5. Even that, 3.56. My maths, never a strong point, just about got the O level.
I've come to rescue you, Ian.
Thank you. 3.56. I think Gloucestershire will be going hard at this early if they can.
Yeah, they'll try and break the back of this chase early on when the ball is hard.
Hammond's natural instinct would be to play aggressively if he was batting at the top of the order in a T20, for example.
But Lancashire had Nottinghamshire 20 for 4 the other day.
Oh, Williams and Bailey will be tidy with the new ball if that's the combination they use.
What Gloucestershire don't want to be is 10 for 3 here and just open the door up for Lancashire.
But 178 is rarely a winning score on this ground.
Will Williams going to come in around the wicket, starts us off. Bracey leaves that one alone.
We go back to the game here 2 years ago. Gloucestershire batted first, got 171. Matt Taylor made 51 not out. That will tell you how much they were struggling. And Lancashire won by 6 wickets with about 6 overs to spare. So that was by most judgments, a canter.
Bracey drives handsomely through the covers. 4 runs.
And Lancashire's challenge here is that they will almost certainly know they're not going to win the game by containing, so they have to take 10 wickets.
Yeah. And do they take that through building scoreboard pressure or just organically? I think organically. I don't think there's enough runs to have the scoreboard pressure on at 3.5 and over. Bracey defends that one to Williams.
Bell is the fielder at slip, top of your screen. I just think Bailey is at mid-off, so there might be a thought of opening with Aspinwall. I would have thought that you'd expect Bailey to get the new ball.
Bracey plays that one back up the wicket.
Just a little bit of news from elsewhere concerning a player who was playing here on Tuesday, Liam Travaskis of Durham. He's going to go to Leicestershire from the start of next season. So that's kind of a swap because Callum Parkinson's going the other way, isn't he?
You get that, don't you, with certain skill sets in cricket. You got it with the wicket keepers a few years ago. Do you remember Rossington went to...
Well, there was a complete reshuffle of that around the circuit.
Oh, that's well bowled. Beats Bracey on the outside edge. Rossington went from Northants to Essex. McManus went from Hampshire to Northants. Ben Brown, I think, went from Sussex to Hampshire. And who did Sussex get in his wicket keeper?
Well, Ollie Carter is keeping wicket for them at the moment, isn't he?
That's down the leg side, wide. Appeal there from Williams.
Yes, Lancashire haven't got a lot to play with here.
Tom Bailey's going to be a handful though.
Yeah, you would think that Williams and Bailey have got to have big spells at the top of this innings to give them a chance.
Bracey plays that one out to mid-wicket Keaton Jennings doing the fielding. That completes the first over, 5 without loss.
And the target is 178. So I can see if I can see news of that tour match between Worcestershire and New Zealand. Really,
I think it starts at 3, doesn't it?
I thought it was 2:30.
Oh, okay, might be right.
Anyway, they'll have declared the teams by now, and that was really my point, to see what sort of side New Zealand were playing.
Yeah, New Zealand here on Sunday, by the way, was Ian looks for that. And there are still tickets available on the Gloucestershire CCC website. So if you want a ticket, and there's a big crowd already here on Sunday, get them now. Get your tickets in advance.
I'll give you that New Zealand team that's playing today in a moment, because Tom Bailey's opening up from this pavilion end, and that's outside the off stump, and let go. So the New Zealand team at Worcester today, where Worcestershire are batting, is Tim Seifert, Chad Bowes, Rachin Ravindra, Will Young, Glenn Phillips, Dean Foxcroft, Cole McConkey, Dane Cleaver, Kyle Jameson, Lockie Ferguson, Adi Ashok and Ben Lister. I think that's 12.
You're having a laugh with some of those names. Who's Cole McConkey? You winding me up, Ian, or what?
It is 12.
Hammond just gets a thick inside edge there for one.
That's worked out to the leg side. So there must be an agreement that effectively the batters will bat and the bowlers will bowl, probably.
I've never heard of half of these names. I've got to do my research for this lot.
Yeah, well, you're not alone, so have I.
Can I leave you to do it?
Rachin Ravindra took 2 wickets for 1 run in his first over.
He played for Durham, didn't he, last year? Or this year? Last year, I think.
Worcestershire 69 for 3 in the 8th. Here, Gloucestershire chasing 178. And Bailey to Bracey, who forces that at no great pace off the back foot up to George Lavelle at mid-on. So Ollie Price at 3, Harry Tector at 4, Graham Van Buren, Jack Taylor. That's where Gloucestershire will hope these runs will come from. There's a bit of batting below that, but that's where most of it is. Bailey, very rhythmical approach down the leg side and a wide.
Thought Bailey bowled beautifully here in the 4-day game last year. 24 overs, 3 for 66. Morley took the plaudits. He was 4 for 91 off 29, but I thought Bailey was absolutely superb over those few days. It was on a flat deck as well.
Yeah, well, that was a flat, slow pitch. I mean,
yeah.
This is not exactly pacey. Bracey chops away, and that'll be 4. Through the gap, past the left hand of the fielder at point, and to the right of the man at cover.
What I've noticed about James Bracey, since that 224 against Somerset, he's keeping himself a lot more still at the crease. I wonder if he was trying to hit the ball too hard before, and his whole sort of body shape was going, his head was moving about. He looks a lot more still at the crease since that knock, or even before that knock.
I mean, it almost felt as if that innings played himself back into some sort of confidence and form.
It lifted the shackles.
11 for no wicket. Second over. Bracey gets off the outside half of the bat, just steered out to Aspinwall. So the field for Tom Bailey, he's got Bell at slip. Third man is back, fine leg up inside the circle for Bailey. So he's got a deep point. sorry, 12 of the 15 Gloucestershire have got from the first 2 overs, and they would love to get to, say, 15 overs at maybe 70 and get 75 on the board by then, because then you need 100 of 35 overs, and really, unless there's a big clatter, the pressure is taken off at that point.
Yeah, I think they'll be pleased to get the 20 overs in today, because that then constitutes a game today, doesn't it?
Yeah, they want more of you playing today, part of tomorrow, and then Sunday, and then potentially Tuesday.
Bang! Hammond smashes Williams. One bounce into the Ashley Down Road end over mid-on.
And we know with Miles, it can be a little bit feast or famine with him. You know, he's just as capable of, as we know, hitting the first ball of a match for 6, or playing 3 or 4 wonderful shots.
Well, we've seen him reverse sweep the first ball of a match for 6. Williams. Hammond defends. Williams theatrically jumps there as if to throw the ball back.
I mean, he's been, I would say he's been a good signing for Lancashire. Will Williams.
Yeah. William Salter Austin Williams plays for Canterbury. Got a very good record in New Zealand. Sorry if the camera's shaking somewhat. Hammond looking to move down the pitch to him. There's a number of Kiwis, aren't there? Sort of just below that test side. We spoke about Ravindra at Durham. He was one. Glenn Phillips was another who was here last year. And they've got a good nucleus of players. This is a golden generation for New Zealand. Long gone are the days of, you know, Hadley being the world-class performer and there wasn't much else in their side. Or Martin Crowe being their world-class performer and there not being a lot else in their side. They've got different players who can all change the outcome of a match. Williams to Hammond, who plays that into the onside. They scamper through for a single.
And just with reference
Jennings
to
fielding.
that game at Worcester, Worcestershire 83 for 3 in the 10th, and 59 of those runs have gone to a young man called Ollie Cox, who is, I think, on a rookie contract at New Road. I don't think he's played any cricket in what we might call a competitive, in inverted commas, situation, but he's
it's not Ben Cox, is it? Because he's Oliver Benjamin Cox.
No, it is Ollie. Yeah,
They've got 2 Ollie Coxes. Bracey plays that to backward point, no run. So they've got 2 Oliver Coxes, there's 2 Ollie Robinsons, there were 2 O.A. Shahs, and there's been 2 Ryan Sidebottoms. What's going on, Ian Randall? I can't deal with it.
We did have a bit of a joke, a bit of a jest, so to speak, on Tuesday about one of the backroom staff at Durham.
Williams to Bracey, who punches out into the covers.
Who did look like he ought to have been in a 1980s band playing the bass with some round dark glasses and some very long curly hair. That's about as close as we're going to get, but that is definitely, he's listed as Ollie Cox, and he and Adavalath are both playing today for Worcestershire in this match.
I want to give a big shout out to a mate of Kevin Taylor's, who's the father of Jack and Matt here. He's a gentleman who goes by the name of Zuma, and Louise. They watch the stream regularly. I think I sound like Martin Kemp from Spandau Ballet. So
you haven't heard Dan sing, have you? No.
Anyway, to cut a long story short, here's Ian Randall.
Hammond out into the offside. There are 2 fielders trying to stop that forcing shot out through the offside. Dean Vilas is quite square, and then that is Lavelle, I think, at extra cover. Bailey coming round the wicket. It's a good angle.
Well bowled.
Moral victory to the bowler. That's the line he wants to be bowling. Maybe even a touch tighter than that.
Very good bowler, Tom Bailey.
That's what he full stump. Just like a little bit tighter than that would be ideal. I think he's got a little bit of wrapping on his left hand there too, Bailey. Hits Hammond, who volunteers to pick the ball up, but keeper Matty Hurst is there too quickly for him. A reminder of how this competition works. Leicestershire and Warwickshire, the two group winners, both qualified for a home semi-final on Tuesday. Winner of this match goes to Leicester. The winner of the Hampshire-Worcestershire tie goes to Edgbaston. That Hampshire-Worcestershire tie is on Sunday. Steered into the leg side to the left of Jennings, so they'll get one. Hammond goes to 7. But up at the top of the order today, with Chris Dent not selected in the 15. When Graham van Buren was with us on Tuesday, he did say that, you know, by the time you get to the end of August, you do really feel like you've played a summer of cricket. Oh, and he's bowled him. So Bracey goes, Bailey's brought one back. And it's hit the top of a leg stump, I think. It's come back a long way, this.
It's come back a hell of a long way.
It's a good ball from Tom Bailey. And the Gloucestershire captain departs for 12. And they are 21 for 1 in the 4th over.
Brings to the crease the man of the moment. Leading run scorer in this competition.
For Gloucestershire.
Has somebody got more runs?
Oh, Ed Barnard and Andy Umeed have both got over 600.
Have they really?
Yeah.
I thought he'd got the most in the competition.
No, he's 556, but he's not top.
Yeah. It's not even the top average. Privy Shaw's got a better average than him.
So here is Ollie Price. Just the 2 wickets with the ball today and a run out. But he's in that sort of purple patch at the moment where he seems to create something in all facets of the game when he's involved. Might just change Hammond's approach a little bit too, that Bracey is out, because Hammond might have been the one who was thought to be playing the more aggressive role of the two, but now it might just calm him a little bit. So Lancashire with 1 breakthrough. They'll know they'll need a couple more at least.
Bracey went through the 400 run barrier
to be in the game,
in the competition with that innings.
So Bailey to Ollie Price with 2 slips in. Yeah, that's that go outside the off stump. In pylon watch, we can confirm that the 4 pylons are still visible. Those are the measures by which Dan tells you whether the weather is closing in on us or not.
The 4 pylons of the apocalypse.
So Bailey 2 overs 1 for 11, and Will Williams 2 overs for 10 runs.
Keep your emails coming through.
Interesting. Matty Hurst is going to stand up here to Will Williams.
There you go. There's the email address. Ian.Randall at commentators at glossccc.co.uk.
See, my email isn't that, you see.
No, it's not.
Your email involves your email is a bit more logical on occasion.
Yeah.
But mine doesn't involve my name at all.
Williams around the wicket. Hammond cuts that one behind square. Could get 4 here. That's good work down there by Balderson. Keeps them to 2.
There was run 2 there, actually. We know there aren't many 2s on that side of the ground.
No, Hammond's quick. Ollie Price is quick.
I did wonder, actually, given the last round of games of this competition, some of the scores were not as big as earlier on. I did wonder whether that really was a case of not really of used wickets playing a part, and I'll come back to that if I get the chance. Given there was a long thread on social media yesterday from one of the Gloucestershire ground staff about how difficult it is to keep the squares fresh.
That's gorgeous from Miles Hammond there. Slightly over pitch by Williams, but Hammond latching onto that and creaming it through extra cover.
So I might do that now because they're going to go and get the ball.
Yeah.
And what Meg did was she explained how many pitches you have, match pitches you have on a square, how many you have to keep for TV, how many you have to allocate for 4-day cricket on the basis that you want to play a 4-day cricket match on a fresh pitch. That only leaves X.
Thick outside edge from Hammond, bit of a misfield there from Vias, but they don't run on the misfield.
And I thought it actually explained it very well in terms of how difficult it is to keep producing fresh pitches in mid to late August.
Definitely, I think you're right. I mean, I saw the Warwickshire versus Middlesex game the wicket was sporting, shall we say, and it had been played right over towards the Hollies side of the ground. Hammond drives up to mid-off, no run. It'd been played right over towards the Hollies side, and we saw Warwickshire v Gloucestershire played right over onto the other side of the ground as well. And the wicket wasn't great, was it, in that game? Yeah, it did a little bit. So what you're finding, even the main test grounds, they have to keep their centre wickets for TV purposes. So if that includes the 100 perhaps, or for test matches, Hammond defends. So it's the ones on the edge, and I'm not sure that the ground staff get massive time for preparation, and therefore the wickets are a little bit more sporting.
And Meg actually made quite a salient point, is that because of the games at Cheltenham, Bristol actually are quite fortunate in some of those games. They don't have to prepare wickets here because the matches are elsewhere.
Yeah, this outfield
but there's still plenty.
Yeah, and this outfield looks beautiful, doesn't it, at the moment? It really does. Credit to the ground staff. Hammond defends. Couple of emails. Massimo Varicchio. Quick hello to you from Rome, and it's scorching sun. Currently the temperature is 33 in the room. We're on following the Gloucestershire v Lancashire match, and he does long for some Bristol drizzle. All the best. Grazie, Massimo.
And Pete, a Lancashire supporter, says, it's true that Dan sounds like Martin Kemp, but the commentary is gold. Keep it up.
I see what you've done there, Pete. You've got 2 in there, true and gold. Good work. Good work. Yeah. Well, Pete, your email has given me pleasure.
Ollie Price waits for Tom Bailey. He's off the mark, off his hip down to Morley, I think, down there at long leg. 28 from the target, number 178, so 150 more. And as you can see from your screen, the run rate is not the issue. So can Gloucestershire make some headway when The bounce is a little bit more predictable with the harder ball here. Bailey around the wicket to the left-handed Hammond, who respectfully plays that up to Wells mid-off.
But I suppose Martin Kemp is, I mean, he's from, what, 4 miles away from where I was?
Oh, really?
I was brought up in, I went to school in Wood Green in North London. Martin Kemp's an Islington boy. It's probably about 4 miles away, something like that. So,
how many stops on the tube?
Well, you'd have to change at Finsbury Park. You'd have to get the Piccadilly line down there and get it 4 stops to Finsbury Park and then 1 stop onto Highbury and Islington from there in. So get the Victoria line.
Bailey to Hammond. Oh, he's tried to force that past Wells, and Wells is chasing alongside the ball. Is he going to stop it? He might just. And they're going to want 3, but Hammond says no, I'm not going to risk it, and we'll take 2.
Yeah, Wells normally finds himself at slip, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's at mid-off to the left-hander, and I think what he was wary of is if he dived for the ball and missed it, it would be 4 there. So he's like, okay, I'll back myself. And effectively, he saved 2 runs. The slipper's going for Lancashire. Bell coming out to extra cover. So they've got 4 men on the offside now for Hammond. Can you find the gap? Not this time. Straight to Bell. That short extra. So Jennings was having to steer his team without that many runs to play with here. He's at mid-wicket. Not a very long run for Bailey. A little bit of a walk at the start. About 9 strides, and then Hamilton will just single.
He's got a smooth approach, hasn't he, Bailey? A rhythmical approach.
Dare I say, it's Anderson-esque, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely.
Can't pay him a greater compliment than that.
Preston led, Tom Bailey. Got a big catchment area, haven't they, Lancashire? You think, those good cricket in the Lancashire leagues, good cricket in the Liverpool competition, but also there's some good clubs in Manchester itself as well.
There's a slip back in for Ollie Price, and he's edged that very, very fine on the bounce past that slip fielder for 4.
Yeah, soft hands.
Wasn't a chance to Will Williams, and that's quite a short boundary down to the apartment end of the ground. Once it's beaten Williams, it's going to go.
Klinger corner, as we call it.
Yeah, and that's because regular followers will know that was the corner of the ground that Michael Klinger used to attack when he batted here, particularly in white ball cricket. You can make runs up by attacking that end, particularly. That's why Gloucestershire tend not to bowl the spinners from that end of the ground in white ball cricket.
Williams bounds into the crease. Hammond plays that to mid-off.
Williams is action, front on. I mean, you're watching him at home or at work, wherever you may be. Quietly if you're at work.
We won't tell your boss, we promise.
From around the wicket, it looks quite front on, and therefore you think his natural movement of the ball is away from the left-hander, which is going to make it awkward, I think, for him to attack too much.
Here he is, Hammond smashes him for 6 into the flats. Just picked this one up, didn't he? Bang. Full flow of the bat.
Short of straight boundary.
Yeah. I think that would have been a 6 on most grounds, though, wouldn't it?
He does. Well, he's got a. Yeah. That went. How many? There are 5 levels if you include the apartments right on the top floor. That went into the gap underneath the apartments, but he could have easily knocked that into a balcony on the 3rd level there, couldn't he?
Hammond defends that one. It's back to Williams. John Wilson of Preston, Tom Bailey country. With an eye on the weather, what will Gloucestershire need to score on DLS after 10 overs to win with 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 wickets down? This is one for Ian Randall. I'm assuming that 10 overs aside constitutes a match, as it was in earlier rounds.
Dear John, it's 20 overs, so we've got to have a bit more dry weather yet.
George Bell is, I'll come on to it after this ball. Hammond defends again. George Bell's my favourite youngster in the Lancashire side. No idea if he has a nickname like many of his colleagues past and present, but I call him Tintin. Short for Tintinabulation, the sound of little bells. Well, John, thanks for your email, pal.
Yes, so just to say it is...
Not ding dong.
No. Or dinger.
Dinger.
But no, it is 20 overs in the second innings to constitute a match.
Hammond defends.
Dave Stubbs says, love the coverage, and especially like Hamo creaming it through the covers. Do you have a finger in the air guess as to when the Cheltenham Festival will be in 2024, please? The simple answer to that is no. I did speak to Will Brown about the fixture schedule the other day, and Will said he put the phone down from Alan Fordham, and the only thing he was prepared to say was that the format for next year is broadly the same. I'll come back to what that might be in a minute.
Hammond plays into the offside.
And by that,
Bell doing the fielding.
By that I mean 4-day cricket at the start, the one-day cricket in this competition running simultaneously with the 100, and the T20 possibly nudged a bit either way. But if you were at Cheltenham this year, Dave, I don't know whether you were, Will Brown said there was a school of thought that said that if the T20 finals day was moved back to later in the season, say middle of September, it would open up the window to play it in the middle, and that might be appreciated by some parties. But in short, not at this point. And note from our dear former colleague Caroline Prosser, who is no doubt watching up in northern Scotland. Here is Tom Bailey, nudged by Ollie Price around the corner. He'll want 2, and he'll get 2. There's a chase for Tom Aspinwall, and they'll come back for a couple. Caroline says, I'm sending my best wishes to everybody at Gloucester Cricket watching from home, which is Great Bernera on the Isle of Lewis.
Ooh.
Good luck to the guys. He's hoping they can secure a win today, so I can't be there in person to cheer from the sidelines. Take care all. So yeah, Isle of Lewis, that'll be nice on a nice. I've never been that far north of Scotland. So I've been to the borders, but not.
I've been to the borders, and I've been to Edinburgh.
Thank you, Caroline. Hope all's good with you and yours. Caroline was at Kent before she came here.
Right.
So
okay.
Worked at 2 different counties for a long stint.
Gone west, then gone north.
In county cricket.
It's gone a long way north. What does she do? Commute to Durham from there?
I don't think Caroline commutes anywhere from there. I think she's got a very nice view from their property up there, from what I gather. Bailey into Price. He's clipped that in the air, but it's safe, and it'll whistle away for 4. Not too straight wide mid-on. That would have taken something for Will Williams to have clung on to that. It's played forcibly. It was in the air, but he picked the gap. This is the 8th over. His rate, as you can see, is up above 6 already. Bailey again, Price walking across his stumps, but that's steered with almost dead weight.
Yeah, moral victory there to Bailey though. Price was looking to work that onside and just had to sort of adjust himself. Bailey just holding that one, holding the line there. After 10 overs, Lancashire were 53 for 3.
Yeah, the problem was the wickets column. The problem was the wickets column early on. That was the issue. Bailey again, floated slower ball, tumbling stop from George Bell. Hammond can't get it through the gap.
He's got the Jimmy Anderson walk back to his mark as well.
He has a little bit, yeah. There is a
there is a touch of the James Andersons about Tom Bailey.
almost a clone. Again, gun barrel straight and played on the bounce back to the bowler by Hammond. So Bailey's taken 1 for 26 in 4 overs. That doesn't quite tell the whole story. And Williams 0 for 22 in 4. I wonder who does Keaton Jennings turn to? He's just had a word with Luke Wells there, and I wonder.
Wells having a bowl? No, he's not.
He might soon. He's handed his glasses to the umpire. I think they're going to try and get something a bit different into the attack.
Yeah. Watch Ollie Price sweep. Wells does come on.
Maybe Wells from the pavilion end.
Yeah, but I think Ollie Price might target that short boundary there with a reverse sweep.
And Hammond certainly would, because the ball was then turning for him.
Ollie just tickles that one around the corner, picks up a single.
Williams coming back over the wicket to the right hand. He'll have to switch again, I suspect, now that Hammond is back on strike. So in terms of Gloucestershire's championship season, Hammond is the top run scorer. He's got 8 50s in the championship this season, but hasn't made 100.
Williams around the wicket. Hammond plays that out to extra cover where George Lavelle does the fielding.
Yes, T20 was a bit of that sort of feast or famine we say with Miles sometimes. You know, 2 50s, but not much in and around it. Graham Onions just having a wander around the boundary here. I wonder what he'd be thinking if he was out there as a bowler trying to cope with this total.
Oh, that's beaten Hammond outside the off stump. Hurst can't take that one cleanly. Let's have another look at this. I think this is pitched and moved away off the seam. It looks a damn good delivery.
Yeah, that's what we were saying, that it doesn't look hard for Williams to produce that ball from around the wicket because of the way his action is. But that
he just rolls his fingers around it, doesn't he?
That was a Jaffa.
Here he is to Hammond. Oh, that's gorgeous. Absolutely sumptuous from Miles Hammond. Splits the field. Both VS and Lavelle there. Not a million miles away from each other, and Hammond pierces the pair of them.
50 up.
Yep, in the 9th over.
Yeah, Gloucestershire determined not to get stuck here, aren't they? You know, dare I say, a few years ago, sides would have said set off really slowly and determined not to lose wickets. Not the case now.
Hammond defends.
You can chase totals different ways, but the overriding stance now seems to be right. If we can avoid a crash at the top, then
we can break the back of the chase.
You almost take the opposition out of the game.
Yeah, without doubt, without a shadow. Williams around the wicket. Hammond drives handsomely again into the covers, but this time picks out VS. Into the 9th, 53 for 1.
Right, Jack Blatherwick's just come on as a sub fielder for Lancashire. Might have been Morley who's gone off, but we'll see. It's still Bailey for the moment. This is going to be the last over of the power play, so I suppose not a surprise that we don't see Wells just yet, but I think the way the way that conversation was going on, and the fact that Wells is doing some limbering up at mid-on suggests he's going to be into things pretty soon. And I think George Bell, well, he's only an occasional off-break bowler, so well, that would be a surprise. More likely Blatherwick, I'd have thought. Williams is at short mid-wicket for Ollie Price. Lancashire have, if they didn't know it already, they've picked that up from the Gloucestershire innings in the field, where that was an important position. Still got the sweeper at deep square, and third man also out. Bailey back at the end of his not very long run. Into Price, who's respectfully pushing up to Luke Wells. So if you did join us, well, at some stage since we started at 11 o'clock, it's now, what, 20 to 4 nearly. Lancashire won the toss this morning, decided to bat first.
There's a bit of moody weather. It seems to be going to the south and to the north of us.
That's good then. Yeah, just genuinely want a proper game here, not one that's been interrupted. Only Price again gets a long way across and defends out on the offside.
Jim has got his radar on the go. So Jim's radar suggests that there's a little bit of naughty stuff to the south, which has got, when you start seeing reds in there, reds and greens, that's
trouble. Thunderstorms, thundery showers.
That's a little bit out of order in my book here.
It's a bit like a red and yellow card, Dan, is it?
Yeah.
Bailey in. That's just wobbled a little bit in the air as that reached Ollie Price, but he read it all right.
We're expecting rain in about 30 minutes, apparently. How much we get? Yeah. How much we get, we don't know, but we're expecting a little bit of rain. 30 minutes would probably be about 18 overs as well. It would probably constitute about 18 overs, which doesn't quite constitute a game, does it?
Not at that stage it wouldn't.
No.
But if Lancashire had the spinners on, it might. Worked away by Price, he'll want one. They won't go for a second. Long return throw in from Aspinwall.
I seem to recall Wells gets through his overs fairly sharpish.
Yeah, he doesn't hang about. So for the left-hander, one ball to go in the power play. Gloucestershire 1 run ahead of where Lancashire were at this point. But the difference, the big difference, if Hammond survives this ball, has more than survived it. He plays it comfortably out to Will Williams, is that they are 54 for 1 as opposed to Lancashire being 53 for 3. And obviously they know what they're chasing as well. That's the other element of this. They don't need to go that hard at it because they know where their target is.
Yep, that's the
interesting. We're going to see Jack Morley.
Yeah, that's the end of the power play signal from Hassan Adman. It's not him impersonating a windmill, like you see small children do.
So spin from the Ashley Down Road end, interestingly.
Interesting. Let's see how Ollie Price plays this. I can see him reversing Morley. He likes to reverse early to sort of plant that seed of doubt in the spinner's mind. Backward of square as well, he'll be targeting that. In fact, they're just moving the deep square, but he is in front at the moment. But I can see them see Ollie Price targeting backward of square. They've got 2 men backward on the offside as well for the reverse. So they've got Aspinwall, he's at short third. And I think that's Keaton Jennings, the skipper, is at backward point. Price just watchfully pushes that into the offside. No run. Price reversing. That goes back with a square. There's 4 runs.
So that's an orthodox sweep against the spin there, isn't it? From Ollie Price.
Yeah. Now, we've had an email from a guy called Philip Prince. Now, he's definitely not from Prince Philip. He's from Philip Prince. Apart from Dan sounding like Gary Kemp, well, it's Martin Kemp. The BBC commentator on this match, Ed Seaborn, sounds like Ian Hislop from Have I Got News For You? Short and wide and cut away just for a single there from Ollie Price. Pete, the Lancs fan. Luke Wells, what a legend. He wants to share his Luke Wells experience because he was at a function at Southport and Birkdale CC last week and the sudden rainstorm was quite something. Fortunately, just as the downpour came and I was about to get absolutely drenched, who should arrive but Luke Wells with the biggest golf umbrella you've ever seen. Hammond targets Morley, bang, straight into the flat, 6 runs. Not a single drop of rain got Pete. By the time the rain had abated, Luke Wells had disappeared back into the night. What a hero! Sounds like Superman, sounds like Clark Kent.
And Pete says, watching from the stream from northwest Sutherland, where it's very wet, Bernera on Lewis is pronounced Bunera. Bit of a Prinish thing, he says. Pete, thank you. Glad you put us right on that.
No run there, sorry, I'm laughing.
And Tom from the Rain Stop Play Inspection at 3 blog says, is it too soon to say that Gloucestershire could be on journeys to glory? My only worry is that fitness fanatic Dan...
Hammond just tickles that one around the corner, no run.
Fitness fanatic may get muscle bound and seize up whilst commentating on the victory. Enjoying the sunshine now, I hope it hangs around and helps Gloss with the chase, Tom says.
Love it, Tom. Love it, mate.
Hammond to 32 off 37. And we are going to see the leg spin of Luke Wells. So spin from both ends for Lancashire. They're trying to conjure up something a bit different to break this partnership. The only wicket to fall so far, that of James Bracey, who was bowled by a good one from Tom Bailey.
Yeah, that nipped back a long way.
He made 12. But Gloucestershire are, well, absolutely obliterating the run rate at the moment. As you can see, the required rate down below 3. So Lancashire, they haven't got long here to actually get a foothold in the game. Otherwise, it's going to run away from them.
Sorry, I'm still laughing at Ed Seaborn being like Ian Hislop.
Ed's a very good friend of ours. You can talk cricket all day with him. He's the biggest cricket enthusiast other than Dan I know.
Yeah, he knows probably more than I do.
Floated up by Wells and it's defended by Ollie Price, who probably won't have faced him. I can't think in any other. I don't think he played in either of the championship matches here last year. I don't think Mother Wells bowled in either of those. Pulled on the full, and that will be 4. Despite the fact they can have 4 men out now, Lancashire, they are hunting wickets, and because they're hunting wickets, they've got to attack with limited resources in terms of runs to play with.
Yeah, Wells didn't really do a lot actually.
The game here?
Yeah. Didn't bowl. And he got 3 in Lancashire's only innings.
Right.
So they got 402. The rain ruined that one, I think. However, I did see him go and get the coffees. Flat white knowing him.
Chopped, or attempting chopped by Price, stepping away.
Just went on, skidded on there a little bit, didn't it?
109 to win.
Keep your emails coming. Keep your Spandau puns coming.
Steered out by Price for a single. It's quite a loopy leg break from Luke Wells, isn't it?
Well, yeah, the ball before, there's our email address on the screen. The ball before, I thought he pushed it through quicker and sort of foxed Ollie Price a little bit. Maybe he's just varying his pace.
Now then, for Hammond, of course, he's effectively hitting with the spin to the short leg side. So what does Wells do? Does he try and bowl the one that skids on, or has he got a good googly up his sleeve? Hammond plays in orthodox fashion.
Do you reckon he's got a flipper, top spinner, a zooter?
The Zuta.
Zooter. I think that was a bit of Shane Warne kidology, actually.
Right,
They
yeah.
developed the zooter.
Hammond waits and goes for the reverse, but there is a man there. Fielded on the bounce by Morley. So end of Wells' first over, 5 from it. And Gloucestershire 70 for 1. And I think you'd say they're bounding along in relative terms at the moment.
Yeah, 108 needed.
It's been lovely to have your interaction on the emails today.
Yeah, I tell you what, Lancashire are up there amongst the best. Their fans are great for interaction.
And that's
Absolutely
because they
superb.
genuinely follow their team. That's the thing.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. And I thought they were fantastic last year. In the 4-day game, we had some really good ones coming in from them. Morley in, Ollie Price sort of ramps that one. I'm not really sure what went on there. I couldn't quite see. He's got his back to us.
50 partnership between these
Yeah,
two.
there's the 50 partnership.
50, 25 to each of them as well.
Morley coming over the wicket to the left-handed Hammond, who goes over the top and again puts that one over the Jack Russell stand and into the flats.
There's a gentleman about 3 rows from the back of that stand who tried to leap and catch that ball and then realised it was going over his head.
Do you want to fall over straight over the back of that?
He wasn't in the back row. There
No, he's about 3 from the front.
Yeah,
3 from the back.
3 rows from the back, so he wasn't going to topple out of the back of the stand. But Hammond, that's his third 6. I don't know what he was planning to do today, Miles Hammond, but he wants to leave the evening free, I'd suggest. That's the way he's batting.
He's got a party to go to. Just defends that one. 38 or 40. Ollie Price 25-21. The thing about Ollie Price is you think, oh, he's only just got to the wicket, and all of a sudden again he's on 25. Hammond cuts that one into the offside.
101 more.
Yeah, again, you know, you think sort of Ollie Price that he's just got there, and it's all of a sudden you look up and he's on 30-40. Hammond goes again. That's massive, that one. Oh, thank God we're not in that sky flat anymore. That would have taken you out, Ian Randall. Yeah.
That's on the 3rd floor up, and it's just to the right of the box that we sometimes use to do the commentary from in the apartments.
Target now into double figures.
And Lancashire are being just batted out of this very quickly at the moment. Keaton Jennings just having a bit of a brains trust meeting. Young Morley 0 for 24 is only in his second over. And if you wanted an example of why Gloucestershire often don't bowl even the most experienced spinner at that end, you've had it in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah. Voila, as they say in France. Right, Michael loves the humorous anecdotes. Thanks, Michael. Thank you, mate. You made my day. Is Wells licking his fingers to assist grip prior to delivery? If so, what are the umpires to do? That's an interesting one, because you can't put saliva on the ball anymore. I believe it's 5 penalty runs. So, I don't know. I really don't know. Sorry, not much use to you there, but I hadn't even noticed Wells licking his fingers, to be honest with you. Here's Morley. That's down the leg side. That's a wide. Morley. 24's come off his 2 overs here.
And Aaron Brown says, a welcome break from the 100. Really enjoyable stuff from Gloucestershire.
Oh, is that an edge there from Hammond, or is that a miss-stumping? Morley's put that wide. It's an edge for 4 runs.
And Aaron says, can you have a shout out to Stanway Cricket Club as they push for promotion again tomorrow? Consider it done, Aaron. Yes, it's a different watch to the 100, and some people like it. Some people say both forms are still cricket, which indeed they are. But this perhaps for the more traditional watcher.
Yeah, good luck Stanway as well.
If I can put it that way.
Good luck Stanway. Go and get promotion. Big party up at Stanway tomorrow. Where is Stanway? Where is it?
Wells into Ollie Price, and it's just chopped away. So Stanway is now then. I think it's north of Cheltenham.
Broadway.
Yeah, so it's out towards the Worcestershire border.
Do you reckon they have rows with Dumbleton?
Reverse sweep from Ollie Price, has got it past the fielder at backward point. They will take just the 1.
Triggers, brooms out again. Carolyn Bernera is pronounced Bernera.
I wonder if Pete split it down. It must not be Bernera. It might almost be.
So it's a surprise when you were going on about Lees, you didn't mention Python Lee Jackson. Who is Python Lee Jackson?
Lovely shot. Ollie Price watches Miles Hammond reverse sweep, and it takes him to 50. 5 4s and 4 straight 6s from Miles Hammond. 45 balls, and he's at his, or he has been so far today, at his most destructive.
Python Lee Jackson were an Australian rock band, Ian, active in your middle ages from 1965 to 1968.
There we go. Gloucestershire got past halfway in terms of the runs needed. Wells sees Hammond just push that out into the offside. I wonder if, at the moment, you have to say that Ollie Price, and this is probably the thing I shouldn't be saying here, but Ollie Price might be on for another red inker here.
Well, Elliot is watching him. Stakey, big Zach Hayes, and middle floor Freddie.
Swept. Ollie Price out to the deep boundary at square leg. They'll take 1, just 1. No need for any risks here. They're only in the 14th over. 95 for 1 is the score. Gloucestershire's target is 178.
They're up in Edinburgh. Oh, hi, the new.
Hammond is eyeing up that short leg side boundary. Oh, and he's got a thick edge. It's gone down to the boundary at third man. Morley's just about stopped it, and they'll take one. That was a moral victory to Wells.
Yeah, sometimes when your luck's not in, your luck's not in. There's a bye. That's his googly then. That is his googly. Anyway, Elliot is having a break from comedy shows at the Edinburgh Fringe to what Ollie's Prize sweep the Shire into the semi-finals. What a performance this has been by the boys. We couldn't find a pub showing the match. That's funny. I mean, you know, you'd think the pubs of Edinburgh would be absolutely chock full of people watching Gloucestershire versus Lancashire. But we stopped for a bite to eat and watching a mighty Gloss on our phones. Side note, have you considered Whiting and Randall improvised comedy show? I think it'd be a laugh. Ian? What do you reckon?
Well, he'd probably be in an
he
might be in an audience on his own, is all I'll say.
Fancied a little trip up to Edinburgh? Bit of fringe action?
Yeah, I've been there only once though, not to the Fringe, to Edinburgh.
I went there. I was in a whiskey shop on the Royal Mile. Is this Williams back on?
No, this is Balderson for the first time. Oh, Hammond sends them
short.
away as well. Same outcome.
Hammond smashed that one for 6. Short from Balderson.
100 up for Gloucestershire in just 59 minutes.
Yeah, Lancashire unravelling here. So I was in this whiskey shop on the Royal Mile.
There is cricket going on, just to let you know.
Yeah. But, you know, it's 50 grand bottle of scotch. Said to the bloke, have you had many takers? He went, no, not really. He said, we've had one since 1971. Balderson to Hammond, who defends that into the offside.
Well, it's a bit like selling an expensive house. You only need to sell one to make your commission, don't you?
Yeah.
Actually, got a funny. Yeah.
Balderson to Hammond, who pushes out into the offside. They come through for a single. Good pressure. Luke Wells not able to collect properly in the covers. Go on, Ian, tell us it.
So, a former head coach / director of sport at a certain sporting club. I used to cover. Probably how many years ago is that? 28 years ago.
Balderson to Ollie Price. Down the leg side. Has he got a little tickle on that? It's going to be 4 buys, I think. 4 leg buys. Go on, tell us this story.
He was in the job for about 3 years, and then things started not to go quite so well, and they decided they'd shake hands and part the ways and whatever.
Mutual consent.
Yeah. And with his payoff, he bought 4 houses in Burnley.
Ooh.
Which he thought was a decent investment.
Price just angles that one down to third. Morley doing the fielding
and
for
actually,
a single.
When you think about it from an income point of view, rental, I'm sure, that probably wasn't a bad call.
No. Have you seen on Netflix? There's a film called The Bank of Dave, which is about a guy in Burnley.
Dave Fishwick.
Yeah, that's a good film. I like that film. A nice feel-good film. Hammond just pushes Balderson out to extra cover.
His view was very much about, I want to be a bank for the ordinary man.
Yeah.
That was his
and
view.
And woman.
Yes.
109 for 1 at the end of 15 overs. So
Dave Janaway, who says he's Hampshire born and Hampshire bred, strong in the arm and weak in the head, he says. Your talk of people having the same forename and surname reminded me of the great satirical novel Catch-22 by Joseph Heller. In there is a character called Major. He joins the army as a private, but 4 days later the army computer throws a wobbly and promotes him. So he becomes Major. An attempted reverse sweep. A hoik by Hammond, which he doesn't get anything on from Wells. He's round the wicket to the left-hander. I'm not sure of his sporting prowess. He probably is related to the one in Fawlty Towers.
Oh my word, Josh Hull.
Wells again tries the orthodox leg break. Hammond squeezes a single out on the offside. Thank you, Dave, for that. And I'm sure you've seen the social media clip that does the round when those from the Ageas Bowl are winning, with the character out of Fawlty Towers walking back into Interruption and saying, "Evening, Fawlty, Hampshire won, did it?" Marvellous. Josh Hull says, "Can you please have a shout out to the two Sams who are keen on one day to work as commentators on the Gloucestershire YouTube channel?"
Inspired by us. Sam, don't do it, mate. Or two Sams, don't do it.
Down the ground from Ollie Price, straight to mid-off, fielded by Tom Aspinwall.
It's a life that will, you're dancing with the devil doing this job.
And George from Clitheroe says, "Not our day."
No, it probably hasn't been.
Credit to Gloucester for their performance so far. One little niggle, can you please pronounce Vilas correctly? He's not related to the former Argentinian tennis player. So he was Vias, was he not?
Guillermo.
Yes.
Yes.
As in V-I, phonetically, V-I-Y. Whereas this is a proper L.
Vilas.
Yep. Thank you, George.
I'm sure his name derived from Spanish originally. I bet it did.
Price goes down the ground. That's over the top of mid-off. Will it plug? No, it won't. It'll go for 4. And Ollie Price into the 30s. And whatever Lancashire have tried so far, it just hasn't worked. And indeed, while we still have cricket, and I say that respectfully, if there are any Lancashire supporters who kind of have a view about their team's season, so quarter-final in the T20, obviously eliminator in this competition, lots of draws in the championship. Give us 2 lines on what you think of your season to this point, with the last block of championship still to go.
Balderson coming in around the wicket to Hammond. Oh, that is unbelievable. That's not even a half volley. He's just punched that through the offside. Miles Hammond looking imperious here. Python Lee Jackson's lead singer was Rod Stewart. That's from Macy, who's supporting Gloss from Snowdonia. Hi guys, hope all is well. Just noticed each umpire's a ball each, which is changed each over. Is this a new thing or have I always missed it? Hammond just pushes that one into the offside for a single. No, they've bowled 25 overs with a different ball from each end. It's to stop the white ball from discolouring and try and keep its hardness. So there you go. That's George Collingwood.
Email from Adam and son Archie, I think. Here's, while there's a bit of a discussion about the field, "I'm not generally superstitious," Adam says, "but this year my son has accompanied me to 5 games at the Sea Unique and Gloucestershire have lost all of them."
Archie, your band. Ollie Price ramps that. Innovative. Ollie Price at his best there.
The home supporters starting to enjoy their afternoon. I think they know, with the 100 partnership up, that this game is heading in their direction. Every time Adam says I've attended on my own, Gloucestershire have won. Today, we're watching from home. Happily, it's looking good. So my dilemma is, if Gloucestershire make it all the way to the final, do I take my son with me? That's one of those sort of moral dilemma questions, isn't it?
Archie has to go. All right, if it's a final, he's into his cricket, he has to go. Don't take him to Leicestershire on Tuesday, though. Ollie Price just trying to run that one down, misses out.
And Aaron Brown confirms that Stanway is indeed close to Dumbleton. He says we have a healthy relationship with them. Currently, we have the BBC filming a show at our ground. All rather interesting. Thanks for the shout out, he says. I wonder what that show is then. Okay.
Stanway to heaven. Price defends, forward defensive. Not allowing Lancashire into this game at all. Keep your emails coming.
Been a veritable flood of them today.
And Archie, I'm only joking, mate. Seriously, I hope you're enjoying watching Gloss march on to the semi-finals here and enjoying your cricket. Keep it up, mate. Balderson. Ooh, that's slipped out of his hand, and it's going to be a no ball because it has bounced on the second time before it's reached the batter. It would have been a wide if it had just gone through to the keeper. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, it's bounced twice before reaching the batter. Therefore, it is a no ball and a free hit. A no ball would also be if it had bounced first time off the cut strip. So free hit for Ollie Price. Oh, and he's missed out there. He's tried to launch that towards Filton and has missed out.
Yeah, Lancashire had problems bowling from the Ashley Down Road end, so Morley's bowled 2 overs for 29 from that end, and Balderson has bowled 2 overs for 20. Well, in a game where you've only got 177 to deal with in a 50-over game, you're not going to get very far with those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for Lancashire, I mean, it's come from their batting. They just simply didn't get enough runs. It's quite simply just did not get enough runs. I'm surprised Keaton Jennings won the toss and elected to bat. I thought with some moody weather around, I thought that he might have batted second because you can control the game.
6 more from Hammond. He doesn't have a list A 100, Miles Hammond, but he's on to 73. Gloucestershire still need 47. There's enough there in the bank, and he's starting to... Well, he's chancing his arm here a bit, but he's probably every right to. 73 or 56.
Another shout out, Tony Mills recovering at home from a hip hop. Hope you're enjoying it, Tony. Take it, we'll see you at Leicester on Tuesday, all right, mate?
I mean, August has been such a joy for Gloucestershire supporters after really some difficult days to watch in the first 3 months of the season, 4 months of the season.
Well, it's been a beacon of light, hasn't it, after 2 grim years really here. And I think there's a lovely fan base here, loyal fan base, and they deserve success.
Hammond bunts that out off the bottom of the bat. He'll get 1 out to Bell.
They do deserve success, the fans. They're one of the best sets of fans in the country. Lancashire, a good bunch of fans as well.
But wouldn't every team say that their fans are the best?
I don't know. You go to, yeah, of course you do. But you go to some counties and the fans aren't as welcoming, perhaps.
Wells appeals against the LBW against Ollie Price. Can't believe it's turned down.
Let's have a look at this again.
Can't believe the reason perhaps it's been given as,
let's have a look at this.
Not out.
Does Ollie Price get outside the line? Ooh. It's close.
Going over perhaps?
No, I don't think so. I think he's...
Wells again. Cleanly taken by Hurst. The one man out, James Bracey, in this chase, bowled by Bailey for 12, and the score was 21. And these two have just forced the game Gloucestershire's way. Ollie Price clips that. Oh, it's just short of Jennings, who hits the stumps with the throw at mid-on,
But no, I do think Gloucestershire generally have a decent bunch of fans. I think the fans down here appreciate good cricket. They're a sporting bunch. You know, when the opposition get a good score. They're good. It's not like sort of complete silence.
Price waits again and paddle sweeps into that big space on the leg side. And take one.
And I think they deserve, they deserve success. I think there'll be a few travelling up to Leicester as well. So if they get to the final, I reckon it could be a big exodus up to Trent Bridge.
They say they will have an eye if they can seal this on what happens at the Aegeus. So that's in the other half of the draw, but I think there'd be a few Gloucestershire fans who might quite like Worcester to win down there.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
It would be quite something if two sides who didn't host the 100 got to the final, wouldn't it? Because that,
I think it'd be good for the game of cricket.
Obviously, if one of Gloucestershire and Leicester got there, or one of them will, you would think from here. Neither of those two host the 100.
So it's Aspinwall coming into the attack. I think he is. He's got a low centre of gravity, isn't he? Oh, Ollie Price on drive. Nice. Here's Aspinwall.
Only 45 runs to play with, though, for him. Batted well earlier today. That was his.
He did bat well.
That's
thought he showed a bit of grit, showed a bit of character.
That's what he will take out of this. Made 47.
Wide, and Price drives him out to deep cover where George Bell does the fielding out there. Some of Lancashire's young lads, though, will have learned a lot from this Metro Bank one-day campaign, and there'll be better cricketers for it in the future.
But a note from Ollie Waddington.
Hammond drives out to extra cover. That's a great effort out on the boundary. George Lavelle, that is, can't quite get there and cut off the 4, but still throwing himself around. The game's more or less done and dusted, but some of these Lancashire youngsters still throwing themselves around the field.
Ollie says, great performance by Gloucestershire today. Can give a shout out to George Bland and his soon-to-be wife Jackie Lynch, who are both at the game today.
Hello, George. Hammond plays that into the offside. No run. Luke Wells doing the fielding. And his wife. What's his wife called? Jackie.
Jackie.
Hello, Jackie.
Well, not yet wife, but soon to be.
Ah. Bouncer.
And just to say, I think we probably can flag this up now with a reasonable amount of certainty. Well, we do know this, is that whichever team goes to Grace Road on Tuesday, there will be coverage on the stream from our colleagues at Leicestershire.
Plays out to mid-off.
Somebody said to me that game was going to be a day-night match, by the way. That was the other thing.
Yeah, I believe it is. I believe it is.
So would that be a 1 o'clock?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, and there's one at Hammond there. 19 overs gone, 139 for 1. I think we're going to get one more over in, even if it rains.
Gloucestershire will be... What is the DL score at the moment? 46. Right. Okay, then, so we're probably a little bit ahead. 139 for 1. Chasing 178. So, George Bell's going to have a bowl.
Yeah, Dr. Mark Shanahan on Twitter. He's enjoyed watching Miles Hammond on the Gloss YouTube. He coached him when he was aged 6 to 11 at Oxford Rugby Football Club, and played squash against him when he joined the St Edward's Box Leagues, aged 8. By the time he was 10, he was beating me.
Here's George Bell into the attack with his little flat-off spinners. And up to Aspinwall at...
Horizontals Rich has sent me a message saying, not
Mid-on.
sure if you can read out the thoughts of this Lancashire supporters, but it ends with, for a game of soldiers.
Ah, right. Bell around the wicket to Ollie Price. On the full. That's played out to Will Williams. Only want one. And I think Keaton Jennings has basically waved the white flag here, because young Bell, ostensibly, doesn't really bowl in first team cricket. He can keep wicket, actually. What's a nice delivery though, having said that. He's made me look a fool there by turning one past the outside edge of Miles Hammond's bat. He goes for the reverse sweep, and he's going to get 4 past Jennings. And Hammond goes to 84. Now, calmness here, Miles, because he's had a habit in his career of getting out when close to 3 figures.
I've had some more emails, Ian. I'm gonna.
You've had some more emails.
Well,
now.
you've had some emails
Yeah.
as well.
Bell again to Hammond, who finds the gap, goes to 85. There's enough runs here for him. He needs 15 out of 32.
I'll come on to it after this ball because Bell gets through it quite quickly.
Somebody says I'm watching from sunny Potter's Bar.
Exactly.
Dan's on it like a rat of a brain pipe. And there's a wicket. Ollie Price is out. Bell has got a wicket. He's tried to play the reverse sweep, and he's top-edged it very gently into the hands of Matty Hurst. So the stand is broken, but it's taken Gloucestershire, to all intents and purposes, to the cusp of victory. And Ollie Price trudges off, having made 39 from 43 balls, but in the context of his season, again, it's another important contribution because he's helped Miles Hammond break the back of this target.
He's had a wonderful game. His run out of Aspinwall was crucial there. 39 runs and 2 for 12 off 5. What a cricketer Ollie Price is. Just adds value all over the place. Right, Alison is watching in sunny Potter's Bar. That's my neck of the woods, Alison. When my children were small, they used to swear by the toilet trick. If Gloss needed a wicket, one of them would go to the loo. Surprisingly, it often worked. Sadly, it often seemed to work the other way round, so they had to cross their legs when Gloss batted. Enjoying the coverage, thank you. Alison, Ian Randall is not allowed to go to the toilet right now, I tell you. Like your children. There you go. Hope you're well in sunny Potter's Bar. Good friend of mine plays up at there, up at the Walk, Potter's Bar Cricket Club. He likes a drink, this guy called Steve Gale, and rumour has it that he only signed for Potter's Bar because he believed that they were licensed premises.
John Horvath says, well, you were speaking earlier about players with the same Christian name and surname. Balderson in.
Aspinwall.
Aspinwall, sorry.
Yeah, Hammond just plays him out to mid-off, gone.
It reminded me of my maths teacher in the 1950s. His name was William Williams, but he was always fondly known by his pupils as Bill Twice. Brilliant. I like that. And Kevin and Nicky say, enjoy watching the stream from Suffolk. We're long-time Gloucestershire supporters. It's looking good. Well done to everybody. And
Cam Cricket Club, they've been in touch. Bouncer there. Hammond ducks under it. Simon, Cam Cricket Club. Can you give a shout out to Cam Cricket Club who hold their annual Sixes tournament this Sunday, please? The Sixes tournament is a vital fundraiser in keeping the club going every year. Great day of fun, West Country cider and cricket. Everybody welcome. Hashtag Go Gloss. Simon, good luck there, mate. Hope it all goes well. Hammond pulls that. He's going to get at least 2. Gets it quite a long way in front of square. Yep, get down to Cam Cricket Club. Where is Cam in?
Cam is not far from Dursley. If you go off the motorway at the Stroud junction, that would be your nearest motorway.
So you could go down to Cam Cricket Club, watch the sixes and get back here for Gloucestershire versus New Zealand on Sunday evening.
You're going to have a chance.
Yeah. Tickets available on the Gloss CC website. Oh, that's pitched outside leg. You're not going to get LBW from there, I don't think. As an expat Lancashire fan living in Crete, says Howard Chambers, I've followed most of Lanc's games this season. My 2 words would be very disappointing. Too many superstars not firing, meaning we have lost a lot of homegrown talent. Another 3 gone this year. Okay, interesting. Hammond smashes that. Oh, it's a brilliant bit of fielding there.
Good work from Will Williams.
Is it Williams?
Yeah. Mike Walton says, what with the Spurs renovation and the Gloss run of delightful form, my grin is from ear to ear at this moment. But somehow I think I managed to hear one of you claim to have been from a school in Wood Green, but that definitely wasn't me. When were you there? I was a teacher at Wood Green School from 1972 to 1976. Just wondering.
Hammond pulls that. Why was that? Where was that? Wood Green School? Wood Green School. So I went to school over the road. I went to a place called St Thomas More, which is where the likes of Samantha Fox went and Tony Jarrett, the Olympic athlete. And I was there in the 80s. So
Mike was there a bit before you.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire need 29 more. Hammond needs 12 for 100. That's the subplot. Tony Jeffs says, afternoon from a very wet Manchester. In answer to your question, I would suggest this season has been a backward step for Lancashire. Last year, Lancashire and the Lightning were runners-up in every competition. Here is Bell into Hammond, who defends out on the offside. And Mike Speak has also sent us a note, but Bell is quickly back to his mark. Hammond again punches that straight to Villas, no run. 88 off 73 for Miles Hammond at the moment. Bell, twill, it's a full toss. And he's just worked that down to Will Williams at mid-off, 150 up for Gloucestershire in the 22nd over. They could conceivably win this with about 20 overs to spare, possibly even 25 overs if they really had to go at it. Tech has not faced a ball yet, so he's going to have Bell bowling around the wicket to him, which is interesting. Harry's got his diary free for Tuesday. We have another game to play. Bell in and work by Tector into the gap on the leg side. He'll just pick up 1. Mike Speak says, dislike how the 100 is over-promoted, especially on the BBC, where there is little acknowledgement of this one-day competition. Both last season and this, there has been some great cricket in the one-day cup with some brilliant finishes. It also helps that Gloucestershire are doing well. Cheers, Mike.
I've really enjoyed the one-day cup, both last year and this year.
Bell in, another full toss. Hammond waits for it and just plays it quietly up to Williams at long off. And this last round of a really busy day of emails, Mike says the last one at the moment, but James Healy's been a really busy boy today, not only looking after the cameras but filtering the emails and sending them over to us. Thank you for all of them. Tector will get a single here up to Will Williams. It's a sharp one, but he does complete it. So he has 2 and the strike, and Gloucestershire need 25 and Hammond needs 10
to become, I think, the 6th Gloucestershire player to score 100 in this year's campaign. Van Buren, Bracey, Price, Taylor, Wells.
Yeah, 6th different player. Yeah, good call. And a couple of those have only had a limited involvement in terms of matches played. So obviously Wells a century and only 3 appearances. This is only Hammond's 3rd game.
Aspinwall coming in to Tector. And just jams that one into his pads.
I'd never thought we'd get an email from somebody saying I'm watching from sunny Potter's Bar. I just didn't think that was likely.
Well, Potter's Bar's got 2 high streets, you know. It's got a proper high street and Darks Lane as well. It all goes on in Potter's Bar, let me tell you. Ask Anderson. Played out to mid-on there by Tector, no run.
No, I mean, those supporters who changed whatever they were doing on this particular day based on what happened on Tuesday, and you know, there's a reasonable sprinkling in. I wouldn't say it's a big crowd. It's not a huge crowd, I would have thought.
Well, it's hard to sell tickets, isn't it, when you get a 2-day turnaround like this?
It is.
Taylor Hector just chops that one away. Hector, did I call him, or Tector?
Yeah, no,
I called him Hector.
No, that was the children's cartoon character, if you remember.
Hector.
Well, no, there was a program on just before the news called Hector's House.
Yes.
Well, Hector was a bloodhound, wasn't he? Or a very...
Wasn't there Hector the big red dog? Was he a red dog?
Yeah, that was him.
That was him? Yeah. Oh, and Hammond's put that one up in the air. He's got away with it. It's going to spin on. Balderson doing the fielding. 2 more on to Hammond's total. Goes on to 92.
He hasn't had many streaks of fortune in this innings, but that was one of them.
A few gentlemen down below us seem to have made it a long weekend. Gone a little bit early, perhaps, in a long weekend, but they're enjoying themselves, and why not? Hammond, smashes that one and hits Tector in the nether regions. Irish eyes certainly aren't smiling there.
He's come down to apologise, quite rightly. 6 sixes in this innings for Miles Hammond. 6 sixes and 8 fours he's hit.
I think it was the top of the leg, actually.
Still be a bruise there tomorrow.
That's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide.
Hammond doesn't want to get stuck in the 90s, does he? And this has happened before with him a little bit. So he got 92, I think, in the championship at Headingley, and then got out when there was apparently a 100 on offer. Here he is on 92 again.
Here's Aspinwall into him, short, and he pulls that around the corner. He's just going to get 1 here. That completes the over. He'll retain the strike.
Career best is 95, by the way. So
yeah,
he's 1 blow from beating that. And potentially 2 blows from 100. And as we know from talking to Miles, he's quite a reserved individual. He doesn't waste a word normally. He's quite. Well, he doesn't.
No.
He just doesn't. That's just how he is. But I suspect he may be in the interview request queue if he gets 100, even if he doesn't. Bell to Hammond to 94, squeezed down to Luke Wells. So Lancashire have tried 7 bowlers here. Bell Bell to Harry Tector. Goes down the ground, lovely shot. Good footwork. That was a bit of a floaty one. And Gloucestershire into the 160s. Now, as somebody told Tector that Hammond would quite like a list A 100 here, because they need 15 now, and Hammond still needs 6 of them. That was a lovely shot from Tector. Bell staying around the wicket. That's short, he's worked that into the onside, he'll take 1. I did not expect a game as one-sided as this when I turned up this morning, Dan. I don't know whether you did.
No, I didn't. I expected actually for it to be interrupted by rain. I expected us to have to come back tomorrow.
Hammond keeps his calm and takes him up to 95. He'll just take a single. That's just punched again up to Will Williams. So 13 to win. Gloucestershire could be getting there in half the overs they were allowed or are allowed. Bell to Tector.
That's well bowled.
Yeah, that just straightened a bit. And Tector will pinch a single. Bell 1 for 19 at the moment, as you can see.
Last ball of the over. Hammond will want to retain the strike here.
Will retain it. It's 1 out into the offside. He'll keep the strike. And Gloucestershire need 11 more. Hammond needs 4 for his 100. He might say, I'll take 96 not out rather than be out, but it would be something for him to get 100. He hasn't got 100 in the championship this season, so he's got 8 50s, but a high score of 92. He's never made a list A 100. This is his career best now, having passed his previous one of 95.
He's got to be close to 1,000 runs in all competitions, isn't he?
So
Waddy Price has gone through the barrier.
Championship is 671. You can add 21 previous today to his innings.
So 692.
And 245 in the blast.
So 940 roughly. Here is Hammond about to face. That could well be it. There's his 100. 82 balls. He becomes Gloucestershire's 6th centurion in this Metro Bank One-Day Cup campaign. What an innings from Miles Hammond, launching Gloucestershire into the semi-final. And there's his mother on the balcony watching, applauding him. Lovely to see. Batted Miles.
And interesting too, opening.
Yeah. Short and pulled by Hammond. That's going to be 4 more.
That's almost it. 1 more of those.
3 runs to win.
We'll do it. This is the 25th of a possible 50 overs.
I mean, this is why I said it. I thought it was a 350 deck.
Yeah. Gloucestershire they didn't win the toss, but they had the better of the bowling conditions by dint of how the weather changed in that half an hour.
That's not going to be it though. That's gone down to Balderson for 1.
They had the better of the batting conditions, the better of the bowling conditions. And they've made the most of both.
Yeah.
So for the second game in a row, Jack Taylor isn't going to bat.
No. In fact, 3rd home game in a row. Tector just plays that into the onside. Scores level.
Could you use the word crushing? Because that's what it feels like. It feels like it's a crushing defeat for
Yeah, I mean,
Lancashire.
I don't want to, because it's the young Lancashire side who've lost a few players, etc. And I think their young lads will bounce back well from this. And, we wish them luck for the future. And I'm sure that there'll be a fine side in the future. Hammond finishes the job. Gloucestershire propel themselves into the semi-finals with an away game at Leicester on Tuesday, and Miles Hammond ends up on 109 not out.
And the first player to go and congratulate him is Keaton Jennings.
Harry Techner on 10. Gloucestershire win by 8 wickets.
And good sportsmanship. All the Lancashire boys went up and shook Miles Hammond's hand when that winning hit was made. But it's been a surprisingly one-sided game. It did not look like that at 10:30. Lancashire looked to have a decent set of experience amongst their batters, people like Vilas and Jennings, and also Luke Wells at the top. A lot seemed to depend on the openers, but it was Gloucestershire who made the most of the cloud cover in that first hour and a half or so before we did have the one break for rain in the match. They had 5 wickets down by that point, and when Luke Wells was out 2 balls after the resumption, Lancashire were 84 for 6. They did rescue it. They pulled it round a bit with a stand of 75 between Tom Aspinwall, who made 47, and Tom Bailey, who made 29, but 177 looked a modest total. Wickets shared amongst the Gloucestershire bowlers, 1 for Tom Price, 2 each for Payne, Van Maker and Anwar Ali, and for Ollie Price. Ollie Price then went on to make 39 with the bat, but really Miles Hammond was the star of the show. A first List A 100 for him, a first 100 of the season for him by that dint, despite 8 50s in the championship. 11 fours and 6 sixes in 109 not out. James Bracey made 12 and Tector not out 10, but to win the game 1 ball shy of 25 overs, quite something.
Yeah, Lancashire bowling figures. Will Williams 5 overs, none for 27, no maidens in there. Tom Bailey 5 overs, 1 for 27, no maidens. In fact, there were no maidens in the whole of the Lancashire bowling innings. Jack Morley got a little bit of tap, none for 29 off 2. Luke Wells, none for 25 off 4. Balderson, none for 20 off 2. Aspinwall, 3.5 overs, none for 28. George Bell, 1 for 20 off 3. Thought he bowled all right, actually, George Bell. But now Gloucestershire march on, and Leicestershire will not fancy. They will not relish a visit from this Gloucestershire side, because I think what's happening with Gloucestershire now is the runs are coming from all angles. As we said there, the 6th centurion in this campaign, the bowlers are all doing it as well. I mean, David Payne's come back into the side. Tom Price has been excellent. Paul Van Makeren's taken 17 wickets in this campaign. Anwar Ali's starting to find a bit of form. Tom Smith showing the experience there, keeping it tidy. And Ollie Price, I mean, he just adds value in everything he does, doesn't he? Whether he fields, whether he bats, whether he bowls, he's been absolutely superb.
So just to remind you, the semi-final now is against Leicestershire at Grace Road, or at the Upton Steel Stadium as it's now called, on Tuesday. It's a 2 o'clock start. It's a day-night game, and the stream coverage will be available on the website. It will be headed up by Ed Seaborn of BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Radio Gloucestershire, and Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. I suspect Kevin Howells will be there as well, also familiar voice on the BBC. If you follow your county cricket, Kevin was a speaker at the Bristol Cricket Lovers last winter. So they will be your commentary team on Tuesday. Wherever you're watching from, I'm sure you wish the boys all the best. Commiserations to Lancashire. They will, I'm sure, develop their talent as they continue to do. Some supporters with us today have said perhaps it's not been the best season for them, but it's a big club with a big catchment area, and they've got a lot of young players coming through that they've actually developed themselves. So fair play to them for that. Thank you for all your emails today. Great to have you with us, and hope you've enjoyed your Friday. Have a good bank holiday, and semi-final day Tuesday at 2 o'clock. From Dan and James and from Ian Randall, enjoy your evening as well. It's only 20 to 5. Take the girlfriend out if you want. We'll see you Tuesday at 2. Enjoy your weekend.